Now it's working. There we go. Alright, first of all, I forgot to move the mic into the right place. I'm rusty. um, and secondly, I hadn't checked if OBS is actually recording it. It is now. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been nearly a whole month since the last stream, which is deeply upsetting to me. Um, as I mentioned on the previous, well, as I mentioned on the Discord previously, last weekend, I was literally halfway through setting up the stream when I suddenly remembered that Mother's Day was the next day and I had to be up early. I had to be over there early for Mother's Day celebrations. So immediately I was like, I had to just cancel the stream. And in previous weekends, similar things had happened where it just, I was just getting ready to go to bed at the normal time and set up the stream, and then it just wasn't happening. If I live in there. Hey, Zach. Yeah. And I didn't actually specifically say, hey, Nathan. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be back. Ooh, that voice crack. Hmm. Once I saw the banana, I knew. Once I saw the banana, I knew that the stream was about to happen. Yeah. I was gonna say I was on Discord the other day as well. I can't remember why that was. There was some reason I had opened up Discord. Oh, it was unrelated. Let's just say I managed to. So, as some of you may know, I'm a huge fan of Command and Conquer Red Alert 2, specifically. Yuri's Revenge, even more specifically. And for ages, I've had this old mod that I wanted to play for Red Alert 2. Ooh, something just fell over. This is old mod that I've always wanted to play, but up until recently, I'd only owned the EA version of... Well, no, I owned the disc version of Red Alert 2, but you can't install the disc version. I didn't do it, I swear. Yeah. I only own I own the disc version of Red Alert 2, which you cannot install anymore. So, I used to have an old copy of the game installed on an old hard drive, and so I used to use that to... Well, in the past I'd tried using that as a way to take that, transfer it to my main hard drive, and play the old game. But then I wanted to play this mod of it, and that would work. I could use the old install, but then if I wanted to play the mod of it, it needed to be properly installed. It needed to have an installation on the system in order to be recognized by the mod pack to actually install. And for whatever reason, and you need the disk in the drive, and just some combination of that meant that the mod just wouldn't register when I would try and play it. Oh, is the stream okay? No drop frames? Good. The mod just wouldn't register on that old install. And then I got the EA version, and when I tried to use the EA version for stuff, it didn't seem to work either. I could get the CNC net skirmish version to go, but I couldn't play the campaign, and I couldn't play the modded versions on the EA version. But then I just the other day was looking at something related, and I found a video talking about how you could install them from the discs using this method. And at the time, I followed along and tried to do what it said. Didn't work. Let's just say, long story short, it didn't work. However, it rekindled my thoughts of would I be able to get another install somehow and play that mod that I wanted to play for years. And I suddenly remembered I have the Steam version now. There's now the Steam version of the Ultimate Collection of Command and Conquer, and so I uninstalled the EA version, installed the Steam version. First of all, the Steam version runs flawlessly. It just installs, runs. I can play all the campaign stuff, no issue there. But then, second of all, I tried putting the mod into the I tried putting the mod into the Steam files. It worked first try. I played the mod that I wanted to play for like over a decade. First try this time around. See, Steam is just better. It's just better. I don't know why or how it's better, despite, EA, the owners of the game, and so you think the EA version would be the better version, but no. The Steam version. Installed the mod, played it, perfect. Runs flawlessly. I'm baffled and so excited. I really want to do some videos or some streams on it, because that game was so cool. That mod was such a cool mod. And no one else that I know, like this, I was on a forum when I was back in like 2008, 2009, when, I was on this like forum online with the developers, and I managed to get into the beta program and get this beta version of the mod that was in development for years and years. And the version I have it's still buggy. It's not 100% flawless, but because it never came out. The version that I have is like a beta version of a mod that never came out. And I want to make some videos and see if other people are curious about it, or if anyone else knows it, or if the developer sees it, what they think. Whether I kind of a little bit afraid that they might be mad if I post videos of me playing it, but I'll risk it. Cause I loved that mod back in the day, and I want to show it off. I want to show what could have been, because it's pretty cool in my opinion. Hey, welcome to the stream, kitten. Yeah. Anyway, we should get started. Enough ranting about Red Alert 2. I'm very excited about that. But yeah. Let's get into it. Helldivers 2. Yes, the black hole destroyed Iris. Alright. Let's go. Launch the YouTube version.
Liberty calls for aid across the galaxy. Only you can decide where to answer.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before. That's deeply upsetting.
Initiating FTL jump to the Iris system.
I didn't know you could fly to the black holes. It's like the destroyed planets.
Jump complete.
Holy shit. That's awesome. Damn. I didn't know that. Sorry, XD wanted to post it more. This. Okay, let's just load this up. It's to do with a Mario Kart 8 speedrunning and GBA, Cheeseland, Alberta. Let's see. We'll find out. Load it up. Is this a shortcut or a cheese or is it cheese? Or is it just a world record time? I think it's just a world record time. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So there was a bit of one of those crazy turn. Yeah. Yeah, they're weird. Oh god, it's gonna be... Oh, this one. This one looks upsetting. Oh, it's not what I thought it was gonna be. Okay.
This video is protected by the teeth of justice.
The Zone, episode 0 by James
Legally binding curse and the spiritual wrath of Windows Me. All rights reserved under the Hung Defense Treaty of 2002.
Welcome to the Hung Zone. My name's James Hung. I'm 70 years old. I still use Windows Me. I've been under attack since I found a CIA-issued AirTag inside my cereal box. They killed my wife with plants. They replaced my OS with a squirrel.
That's an old computer.
Now
Yeah.
Welcome to the family.
They can't
That's an old
erase.
computer.
This ain't a cooking
Pretty
show.
old.
This ain't a vlog.
Welcome to the stream, Rocky.
This is war footage. I'll show you how to build a teeth-based
Hey.
security system.
I'm not too bad.
Infect Apple users with malware. Train your cows to sense government radiation.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, I've been pretty good. Just been living, working, existing. As I was saying at the start of the stream, multiple times tried to stream in the last few weeks, but almost every time there was I either realized it was Mother's Day or I realized I had to do something really early or had to drive into the city. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a little while. This is my exact PC I have right now as I watch the stream. I would love to see my face, like a video of mine playing on a Windows 98 computer. Yeah, how you doing, Chris? It's been a while.
And find prophecies in VHS tapes. If you think this is a joke, ask your burger why it's buzzing.
Tracking detected IP 132.145.141.34.
If you've seen a squirrel blink and thought that's a signal, you belong here. If you've buried teeth for wireless resonance, you belong here. If you believe in the sanctity of Windows, this is your church. Every subscriber is a soldier. Every comment is a cipher. We will never sell merch, never take sponsors, never eat at Red Robin. We operate in the shadow of the tape, and we defend the burger line. Glory be to Windows Me.
Signal lost reconnecting.
Yeah, I've been not bad. I've been okay, Chris. Yeah.
I'll see you in
You just make me
episode
question my
1.
existence.
Bring a blank tape and don't come alone.
Yeah. Deep, weirdly upsetting. Let's see if we get the stream to 100 likes. You can certainly try, unless you somehow get the stream rated or botted. That's probably the only way that it'll reach 100. What the fuck? Some of the suggestions on this as well. What the fuck? Weird. And it was posted by James Huh. What? Linux 666, yeah. You want in the horror show? Exactly. Officially questioning everything I ever knew. I'm extremely confused, but sure. let's move on. Spectacular lightning strike from Guatemala volcano.
Whoa.
Damn. Yeah, volcanoes often attract lightning. I'm assuming because of the huge amounts of dust particulates moving through the air. Creates a whole lot of friction and or it gets gets positively or negatively charged. So suddenly you got that. I don't even know what I just watched exactly. That previous one. What even was that? I haven't uploaded anything since 2023. Yeah. It's because at the start of 2024, I think. First of all, I mostly stream now, but yeah, in 2024 I started doing my teaching degree, my education degree, and there just wasn't time. There was just no last year. I don't know how I survived last year. It was such a crazy year. Pardon me, Jesus Christ. That video answered all my future life questions. Every time you have a question now, you're like, it's already answered. It's okay. God's like, wanna see a cool trick? Now that I think about it, I don't think I've stopped by since 2023. Right. I mean, that might be the case. Although, I feel like I've seen you in a stream sometime last year. Or maybe early this year. Because you might have stopped by for, like, the Poppy Playtime, one of the Poppy Playtime streams. Because I did one this year and one last year, so you might have. Yeah. It might have been pretty early in 2024, though, so maybe it has been, like, over a year. Which, you know, for some it has been like that. It has been like that. And I do intend to get back into videos, doing videos as well, but what's probably going to happen at this stage is if I do videos, if I do go back to doing videos, it'll probably be edited by someone else. Probably won't be edited by me. Still waiting for the Marble Blast series. Oh my god, come on. I still have it on my on my desktop. This is the Marble Blast launcher. I still have it there waiting to be played. Along with Twisted Metal 1 and 2. The Crash series I didn't play. We played this one and this one. But we never played these two. These like Half-Life mods, never played. Yeah. You gonna do a Barnyard game series? I've never. You mean like the game that was based on the movie? If so, I I mean, I could. I never saw the movie though. Yeah. There's so many games. There's so many games I want to play. I want to either show off because I played them before or play for the first time. But yeah, that'll have to be once I am wealthy enough to afford an editor. Because at this stage, I do not have the, I'm saving up for a bunch of stuff. Like at this stage of my life, I really need to save up for a deposit for a place, for my own place. Um, the game for free on my abandoned where website. Okay, I'm gonna look that up. My abandoned where. Okay, yeah, yep. I got the site. Um, is it just called Barnyard? Bar, back. Back. Oh my god, how many back games are there? So many words. So many games with the word back at the start. I'm going to show this on the stream. So many games with the word back. I should have just searched via the title, but now I'm stubborn and... Oh, we got bad. Okay, there's going to be a million bads. Okay, can I just go straight to the page? Hold up. So we're on page 8, right? Yep. Let's go page, like, 12. It's not letting me go more than a single page. Let's go, like, 12. Yeah. No, it's all good. I'm all for, Okay, let's try 15. I'm all for emulation and stuff like that these days. Because, first of all, yeah, there are a lot of games that just aren't available anymore. And, sometimes even if they are, they are in a state where they can't be played. So, it seems only fair to me that, the games be available in some way. So, barn. I got bar. Yeah, I just don't want to dox myself with my information. Yeah, just in case. I'm going to keep doing it on this side screen. 24. Let's try 24. Barn. Oh, Bonnie goes to school. Okay, I think we're around the right place. Let's go back to here. Bonnie. Barnstorming. Barnyard. There it is. Speaking of Half-Life, there's a person on YouTube who's dedicated their channel to playing every Half-Life game mod until the release of Half-Life 3. Oh. Huh. Honestly, I was considering... I watch a YouTuber / streamer by the name of Astral Spiff. He does Five Nights at Freddy's marathons quite I say quite frequently. Every, like, year or so, he does like a full FNAF marathon where he plays Five Nights at Freddy's 1 all the way through to, like, Help Wanted 2 and stuff. And this latest marathon he did just this last weekend, he played, like, all the Troll games as well, and though they came out before the game's release, as well as, like, he did 50-20 during it. He did the like custom nights of a couple of the games. Yeah, he just played pretty much everything Five Nights at Freddy's in one big marathon stream. And while I'm terrible at FNAF, so I don't think I would do that. Like, there's a couple of FNAF games I've literally never finished because I just refuse. It's just like, no, screw that. Five Nights at Freddy's 4. the spring locks thing in Sister Location, several of the mini games in Help Wanted, and I've never even played Help Wanted 2. Yeah, pure dedication. That is a fact. That game was fun. I had it on my laptop before it broke after Christmas. All right, yeah. This game. Yeah, it looks like a classic like PS2 era game. But yeah, I mean, I'll save this. I'll save this page and we'll add it to the list. Bookmark current tab. Something fun, free to play. Let's put it. Let's just put it in here for now. Okay, cool. But yeah, no. So what? Long story short, he does marathons of FNAF. I thought I could do a simpler marathon on a stream. Like we could do a really long stream where I play, like if I could ever freaking line it up, do a really long stream where I play Half-Life 1, Opposing Force, Blue Shift, Half-Life 2, Episode 1, Episode 2. I probably wouldn't be able to include Alex just because, unless I play like a flat screen version of Alex. I've never streamed VR before and I don't know how. Well, I don't know. First of all, I don't think I could handle playing the entirety of Half-Life Alex in a single one. Plus, that would add just way too many extra hours that I just don't think I could handle. Also know a Discord server with PC game repacks. Oh, post it to me on the Discord. Like Discord, message me the link to that Discord because I might have a look. It's Dr. Rorius. Wrong account. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's keep playing. Well, keep playing. Keep watching. We've got 10,000 player chess.
Years ago, there was this.
Okay, shh. let's play it properly. This is by Serum.
This website where you could play chess, but online multiplayer. You started out with just a king, but could move around to collect pieces,
better. Yeah.
and each piece you captured joined your army. Sadly, the site barely works now because the piece movement is offset, so I guess this piece of the internet will be lost forever.
Or will it?
Unless, maybe my friend who's a web developer can recreate.
Oh, do you have Discord? If you don't have Discord, you might need to leave a comment under the video. Although a lot of comments with links get deleted, so... You have Discord? Okay, so find me on Discord, or go into the description and join my Discord if you're not part of the Rorius Discord. There's a link to my Discord down below. And then if you're there, you can either just send it on one of the channels there, or you send it to me directly. You can just send it to me with like a friend request if you want, and then you don't have to maintain that friendship if you don't wish to. It's fair.
Welcome to the family.
To clean server space. That's fair.
Rorius Explorius Noxius Exclusions Ernius.
Thank you. Thank you for renewing your membership. Noxius Exclusion Zonius. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, you just do it. Join it temporarily, send me the message, and then you can leave again. That's fine. But that just gets me that makes it easier for me where you just send me the link there and I can check it out on my own time. Yeah. Anyway.
No? Okay, how about my other friend? No, no, definitely no, and no. It was at this point I remembered I knew how to code, despite the best efforts of the YouTube comments on my last video to tell me otherwise. So let's make it. I started by creating a new JavaScript project, and the first thing I did is get a chessboard rendering. I got this beige square on my screen, and then to get the checkerboard effect, I looped through all the squares and only drew a green square if the X plus Y position was even. Next, since the board is going to be much bigger in the future, I added camera controls so you could zoom and move around. And I made it so that shift made you move a little bit faster, but that didn't exactly go according to plan. Now, chess has puzzles, and puzzles have pieces, so let's get some pieces in the game. Since this is a small project,
I've been
I
more
borrowed the
dedicated
piece
to paying
sprites
this membership
from
than my
chess.com
water
and
bill.
put them
No.
in the game, and as expected, it worked
Pay your water bill. Don't worry about me.
perfectly on the first try. Then I wanted to make the pieces move around, and
I coded something the other day. Never. I coded something the other day. It's been a while since I've done some proper coding. I teach programming to students, but I rarely program myself these days. But I honest to God sat down and wrote a piece of code that was supposed to be a very small program that just resorted some files in a folder. And the computer I was using, I was making the code on, it actually wouldn't even let me run the code because of permissions. I was doing it on a school computer. Until I managed to figure out how to get it to work. Basically just admin privileges, but like with extra steps. But I realized apart from a single, what was the issue? Yeah, a single if statement was incorrectly was like the wrong way around, essentially. Like I was doing on no instead of on yes, basically. I just needed to invert the state of an if function, of an if statement. Other than that, my code was bugless. It worked flawlessly, and that's literally like the first time I've ever done that. I was amazed, baffled, taken aback. Again, it wasn't quite perfect. Code is never, this is something I always say to my students, is like, not a programmer alive ever writes flawless code first time. Because a lot of students would be like, what if because they need to show that they've debugged their code, that they know how to do debugging as part of the assessment. And they're like, a lot of students will ask, like, what if I don't have any bugs? It's like, no. Even the most seasoned developers, when they first write a piece of code, it'll always have bugs in it. And I shocked myself just the other day by writing a piece of code that I literally couldn't test until I had already finished it. And I had a single if. It wasn't even crashing. It was just not doing what it was supposed to. I inverted an if statement and it did exactly what it was supposed to. And I was like, what the fuck? That never happens. What happened? Like, what is, yeah. Pending friend request on Discord. Oh, okay, I'll just do it now, just in case it's not gonna work. I have CurseForge still open. I've been playing all the mods 10 with Mark. I really want to play this as well. I want to get into more create stuff. Yeah, anyway. Hold up. Let's just reopen Discord. Okay, and I'll bring it over here. Dominic, to answer your question, I don't know. I will do my best to find that. I like to figure that out. I mean, hopefully next weekend. But actually, no. Now that I'm immediately upon thinking about it, pretty sure next weekend it's the long weekend. Actually, it's the long weekend. I might be able to. It might not be on a normal weekend day. It might be on the Monday that's a long weekend Monday. Okay. Alright, I've accepted the friend request. Okay. Nice. Alright, cool. Thank you. I shall deal with this later. Rose, did you have a banana when you created the bugless code? Maybe I did. Well, I always have a banana. Banana always keeps me company. I'm back, bitches. What do you code? Also, in the case of what I was coding, it was just a simple, like, command line, it was a file sorter, basically. Basically, the system that the school uses, the school has a system it uses for attendance, but also all sorts of, like, student reporting, class reporting stuff. And it would let me, right at the start of the term, when I got a new batch of students, it has a function to, like, download all the photos for all the students. But so and I was honestly planning to download all my new students' photos, put names to faces, and then, honest to God, try and use like a flashcard program to actually learn their faces and their names and faces. Because I've never done that before. I've always just tried to organically learn all their names, and I'm terrible at learning names. I'm super slow. It takes me weeks with my students to learn all, like, 30 of them's names. I've always been terrible with names, and as a teacher, it's awkward because you kind of need to learn their names as soon as possible. And this is a Christian Minecraft server. Watch your words. Yeah, Banana Boy is in a constant state of winking. Yeah. I bought a gifted membership and YouTube ate it. No. I hope it was just gifted to someone that didn't want to say that it was gifted to them. I hope. Oh, another reason I haven't stopped by in a while is because I came out of the VTuber rabbit hole. Ah. Oh. Okay, yeah. So you're, like, submerged for air, and then you just drowned again. Oh, dear. How can you watch what you can't see? But, yeah. So I was like, oh, what I'll do is I'll write a quick program, because, and what happens is, when you download the photos, I got my class lists, I downloaded the photos, all the photos just had IDs attached to the file names, and I was like, I don't want to have to manually put every single student's name into their files. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to manually one by one go through all of my, like, 100 kids, because I have 3 year 9 classes. The 3, if you wanted to put in American terms, is it, no, not sophomore. Sophomore is the 2nd year of high school. Junior? Is that what the 1st year of high school is in America? Junior? I don't know. Whatever the first year of junior, or whatever the first year of high school is. I have 3 classes of that, and they change every term, and we have 4 terms a year, so I see hundreds of kids every year. And yeah, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna make a flashcard system, download the photos. They're all IDs, no names. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna write a program that's gonna automatically turn those IDs into names. We're using because I can also get a report that downloads all the names of the students with their IDs. So I was like, all right, I'll create, like, a text file that's just, like, names with IDs next to them. The program goes through that list of IDs, attaches names to all the files, renames all the files, and then I can take those files and put them into a flashcard system. But then my computer, the laptop I was running it on, the school laptop I was running on, would not let me run the program. And it took me ages to figure out that I just basically needed admin privileges, but you couldn't just right-click run as admin. Because I needed to change some settings in the program first, and so eventually I found out what the settings I needed to change, and to give it admin access. But then by that point, it had been, like, by the point I programmed it in like a day or two, like in my spare time between classes over the course of a couple days. But then the time it took me to figure out how to freaking run the program on my school laptop, it had already been like a week and a half or 2 weeks, and I was like, well, I've kind of already started learning their names. It's pretty pointless to put it in a flashcard system. So like the whole point of it ended up being meaningless. It will be helpful next term. Next term, when I have my next batch of students, I could just run download the photos, run the program, immediately put them into the flashcard system that my boss keeps telling me I should do, and then I can learn their names in a more formal way. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna share some of my favorite VTubers on Discord or Reddit. I mean, you could if you want to. I'm not much of a VTuber person. I know a couple of people who use VTuber models, but yeah, I just never happened to, get really into or watch a whole lot of VTuber stuff. So yeah. Incredibly long tangent, yeah. That's my bad. That's Rorius. That's the Rorius channel for you. Watch Final Destination 5 in the cinema just now. I think I have never driven so careful in my entire life. Yeah, no, I still genuinely have freaking PTSD of like whenever there's a logging truck on the road, I'm like, yeah, let's go like way back. Let's keep a big distance between US citizens. How in God's name can you eat Dunkin' Donuts? This stuff is sweeter than pure sugar. Yeah.
And if this was a single player game, that would be easy. But in a multiplayer game, here's what I had to do.
Switch lanes
Establish
by
a WebSocket, send a byte validate the message, render the piece on and use relativity to correct for time dilation. And there we go, just like that, the piece movement is working. Also, I may or may not have set it up so that the server calls the local police department if you make an illegal move. So don't try to bot the game, or there will be consequences. Up until now, I'd only tested the game with one player, but with multiple, things became confusing. Yo, why can't I move this knight? Oh, that's because it's my knight. So I gave everyone a random color, and to make sure it was consistent on everyone's screen, I used the player's ID as the random seed. Then I brought back the white pieces and made them spawn randomly throughout the map, and if you captured one, it would join your army. But with capturing came this bug where you could capture your own pieces. I was thinking of leaving it in, but you could checkmate yourself, so bug, your time has come. Instead, let's get checkmate working properly. I made it so that when you capture someone else's king, all their pieces get neutralized and then they respawn in a few seconds elsewhere. If you're the one receiving checkmate, you now see this text that oscillates with the sine wave, which will hopefully make even dying a bit fun. Then I added sounds. But when there's many players moving around at the same time, it does become a bit much, so I made them only play when you move your own piece. But there was still one lingering issue. If I wanted the game to support 10,000 players, well, 10,000 players had to actually be able to run the game. I expanded the board to 64 by 64 and noticed that, well, not even one person could run the game because the game had to draw 250,000 squares per second. To fix this, I figured out the coordinates of the top left and bottom right of the screen and only drew things that fell in between them, which massively sped up the game. And that's normally where projects like these would have ended, but I wanted to try adding a few extra features this time, like a chat. So now by pressing enter you can send chat messages, except if it's a bad word of course. Initially, I gave everyone a username based on their color, but it was simpler to make the text have the player's color, so I went with that instead. Then I added this minimap and a piece movement cooldown, and thought the game was pretty much done. So with absolutely no testing, I told my Discord server, I extensively tested this one, so I promise there's no bugs this time, and we did a playtest. Here's some of the best clips I got.
You just gotta be really quick. Queen meta. Yeah. This actually looks kind of fun. This looks silly. Silly fun.
But after doing the playtest, I still felt like something was missing. I couldn't figure out exactly what it was, so I took a break and did some other things like training this AI model. And then I realized the reason we train AIs or play games is to see improvement. So I made the final addition to the game, which was this leaderboard, which displays how many kills you have. And with that, after a few Hackerman commands, the game was finished and available for y'all to play at chess.ytdraws.win. So if
Sweet. Chess.ytdraws.win. Damn, it actually loads up. Yeah, straight up works. Anyway, I missed a bunch of chats. You've just been driving the wrong way. I just noticed that. I'd rather drive the wrong way on the road than behind a logging truck. Yeah, yeah. I also got into anime last year. I'm a full-on weeb now. Okay. I've never really... Anime just doesn't do it for me most of the time, unfortunately. There are a couple of animes. I like saying animes. Pisses people off. There are a couple of animes that I've watched in the past that I've really been into, but broadly, anime just isn't for me. What's interesting is that I really like Japanese. Like I like a lot of Japanese games. I like a lot of JRPGs. I like a lot of I like a lot of Hideo Kojima stuff. To be fair, a lot of the Japanese stuff, the Japanese games I like, are all like designed for a Western audience. So I mean, it's, was that an actual loading screen or in the video? I think it was in the video. I'm not sure though now. Super checkmate. Imagine getting checkmated from 3 IRL miles away. Well, that's just it. It's like, because of the size of the board, this is fascinating, because yeah, your queen can move so far, but then so can a lot of other things. Certain pieces are way more powerful than others. The rook, the knight, and the queen... Sorry, the rook, the bishop, and the queen are way more powerful than any other piece. The knight, not super powerful. The pawn, useless. Okay, not useless, but way less useful than other pieces. Yeah, the queen, extremely powerful. The king, extremely weak. Well, the pawn is still the weakest, but yeah. My internet's dying. Samuel called 911 to see if they can help. Kings can capture each other only in this chess. I'm pretty sure they can't in real chess, can they? I don't know. I don't play enough chess to know. Don't forget to mention buzzwords like the pizza is armed, I am scared, Rorius is threatening to consume my fiber cables to get a quicker response. Dear. The website didn't work for me? Oh, it worked for me. Weird. This conversation's making me nervous. That like emoji like pawns are even more useless now, yeah. See, pawns would be useful in the original game because you could get them. First of all, they blocked stuff, they got in the way. They're literally cannon fodder. Okay, not literally, but you know what I mean. Literally meat shields. But But they had the bonus of, like, you get them to the end, they become a queen. There is no end. There is no end for these pawns. So they'll never be queen. Actually, can they go both ways? Can they move any direction like the king? Because there is no up or down. And there's not black and white pieces that you can move. So there isn't a up or down direction. I'm confused. Fun fact, you can have 2 queens on the board. Yeah, seemingly. Like, you can get as many queens as you can take of the white pieces. Xena liver.
If you want to play it for yourself, check it out. And thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, fascinating and weird. A Programmer's Guide to Relationship Land. Okay. What is Relationship Land? This is by Cuboided.
Quiet down, it's time for class. Okay. Hello everyone. I am amino acid. I usually teach the machine forgetting class, but your professor, Dr. Farnan, he was trying to optimize his couch, but then unfortunately he broke his leg. Please wish him a smooth recovery. And so today, today we'll be covering pages 2,395 to 2,789 on your CLRS textbook. If you have one, please follow along. Wait, why is it doing that? So, understanding the dating process, I think we've been covering it for a few classes by Dr. Farnan. So, understanding the dating process, what are the steps to falling in love? This is a review from last class. And so can we get volunteers to state 3 or 6 steps on the steps of falling in love? Yes, Sean.
1, you meet someone.
Yes, you meet someone.
You have to talk to them too.
You have to talk to them. Anyone else?
You fall madly in love with them at first sight.
Okay, I think Dr. Farnan did a good job for covering it. You find a person. I don't know why I'm saying that. You go on the date, and you fall in love. And so first, how do we apply computer science to these components? And so first, finding a person. Okay, so how many people are in the University of Pittsburgh CS program? There's approximately 920 people in the CS major, and the assumptions for finding a person should be, why is it doing that? 919 people in the CS major. You yourself are probably also a CS major, and you can't date yourself for obvious reasons. You've never dated people, statistically likely. And you can't go back to the person you've already dated before. The process of do not date your exes should be followed. So, well, all of these steps combined, it's the explore/exploit problem, otherwise known as optimal stopping or the secretary problem, as you might have heard before. And so for the explore/exploit problem, the setup is that you want to hire one secretary immediately. However, and you have 100 applicants lined up in front of you, which you go one by one. And you need to make a decision to hire someone on the spot. You can't go back. And you don't know the applicant pool. So you don't want to hire someone like at the 10th person. And in addition, you can't go back and hire someone you've already seen before. And so when do you stop playing the field and decide to hire is a question that we need to ask. Okay, say we have this setup. You have 10 people that you'll meet in 6 months in this exact order, and each number represents your compatibility with them, going from 1 to 10. It's kind of dehumanizing to rank people like this, but it's okay. Let's ignore that.
That's the CS way.
When should you stop
rank people on a number system?
For the first couple of people, you want to play the field and no. And some smart people figured it out, and optimally, it's 37%. What this means is that for the first 4 people, you want to just vibe with them without making a commitment and keep track of the best person. In our case, it'll be the 3rd person, the 9. And after the 4 people, the first person you encounter that's better than the best person that you met in the first 37% that you played the field with, you commit to. Okay, and so first, you go through number 8, record that, number 5, number 9, number 1, and once you get here, you stop. And mark the best person. Number 9 was the best person, so let's just keep that in track. Number 9, you go through number 7, 7 is lower than 9, ignore. 4 is smaller than 9, ignore. 6 is smaller than 9, ignore. 3 is smaller than 9, ignore. And then number 10 is bigger than number 9, so we end it here and commit to the 10th person. And next steps of falling in love is going on the date. Okay. So what are the requirements for going on the date? I think we covered this last class by Dr. Farnan. Can someone prove it? Tell us. What are the requirements, Sean?
Often you go on a shared planned excursion that you have specifically identified as a date.
Ooh,
this is very important.
Dr. Farnan taught us well. Okay, so requirements to go on the date. Find time.
I was going to say, that's clearly some wording that they've learned in the previous lesson.
Both parties agree that it's a date, as Sean mentioned. Okay. So
I'm gonna lie back on my chair.
Okay. Find an activity to do, use pair programming. It's the most romantic experience you can do. Never had a hotter date than that. Okay. And so, for both parties agreeing it's a date,
my
so the legally
headphones.
binding document
Maximum
saying that
reach.
it's a date, just for the sake of it. And then find time when both parties are available. That's when computer science hits. So the things that you need to do to find the time when both parties are available is finding the time and date when you're available, and maximize the number of dates you go on with people. For finding the time and date you're available, it's MP complete, which means it takes a lot of time, assuming that P does not equal MP. If you're one of those weird people that thinks P equals MP, then it's pretty easy. If you're one of those people, come to me after class. So going on the date, we know how to find time when we're going to go on a date. We also need to maximize the number of dates you go on with people. So say you have some dates scheduled this weekend. I know it's kind of exaggerated. You're probably not going to find like 8 dates per weekend. However, okay, how do you maximize the number of dates you go on? And the way to do it with the computer science is the greedy algorithm. You can generally just pick the one with the earliest finish time. And so if we start from the time axis, the person with the earliest finish time is Russ with Ada. If we committed to the date with Russ with Ada, we can't go on Ruby with Alice or Haskell with Gottfried. The next person that finishes earliest is Julia with Julia, which means Python with Alan and Java with Bob is disqualified. Then it's HTML with Donald, which disqualifies Ruby with Alice. And then lastly, you do Go with AC. Okay, so with this greedy algorithm, we have our maximized number of dates. And you maximize the dates you go on, and which means it's Russ with Ada, Julia, HTML, and Go. We didn't cover Ruby, but that's okay. Okay. Lastly, you need to fall in love. What is love?
Baby, don't hurt me.
Trying to find it for us. Someone else, maybe.
Me? 2 people like each other very much.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe we can do some review, but it's essentially
I don't know
finding
so much about the topic yet.
It's essentially finding a path of someone's heart. And a path of someone's heart, that's just pathfinding, graph algorithms, what CS majors are good at. And so, here's your heart and your crush's heart, and clearly, there's a graph between because everything is a graph, as we learned previously with Dr. Farnan. And if we define the node as the state after each action taken, and the edge is the amount of effort each action takes, then you can use your favorite shortest pathfinding algorithm for a graph. I use Dijkstra's to find the path to your crush's heart. And so, to recap, what are the steps of falling in love? You find a person, that's decision-making algorithms. You go on the date, that's a scheduling algorithm. You fall in love, that's a graph algorithm. And throughout this class, Dr. Farnan has taught you how to do computer science. You can clearly fall in love. Don't forget that your homework is due April 1st. You need to prove P versus MP, go on a traveling salesman's journey, and to apply the lessons you've learned in this class and find a committed partner if you haven't already. My contact information is aminoacid@aminoacid.com. This is my phone number. My office is on the 7th floor. It might be a little bit hard to get to. My address is 299-792-458 Coulomb Street. And my office hours are Monday and Thursday or by appointment. I do teach small ideas in computer science, so you might need that.
I hope that's not a real address. It didn't look like a real address, but I don't know.
We have time for questions. Any questions we have? Yes, Thomas.
Do you have any personal anecdotes you could tell us that follow these 3 steps?
Personal anecdotes. Well, I'm married, so contact me with my phone number so that I can get personal anecdotes. Any other questions? What other questions do we have?
So I love the idea that is just that whole lecture was just her basically being like, I want a date. Come date me. Life is short right now. Rory running in the background and 2 friends beefing in a hilarious way in the forefront. Wait, what? This shitpost has found its audience here, yeah. Basically. Alright. This is how real coffee nerds make their morning coffee. Okay. Oh god. Coffee accretion disc.
This is how real coffee nerds make their morning coffee. First, I take exactly 18 grams of unroasted coffee beans, and instead of roasting them on a pan, I draw a face on a wall, throw some bug milk in it, and say Maloso vobiscum et cum spiritum, creating a gateway to the underworld where I put my coffee beans for approximately 2 minutes. Then I grind my coffee in an industrial craft 2 macerator with some speed up.
I was gonna say, I watch a channel. I was about to say that the channel's named the series, but the channel called Tom Bates or something like that, and he has a series called Nigel and Marmalade, which is Nigel is this wizard who can do certain limited wizardly things, and Marmalade is his trusty dog steed. It's like a half dog, half horse thing, and yeah, they frequently summon portals to hell to do shit like that. There's multiple episodes where they summon a portal to hell to get food stuff. Where it's they summon a portal to hell, you put your food in there to bake it. And then you take it out once it's baked. And then there's another one where, yeah, you open a portal to hell and you get I think, not ice cream, but some sort of candy or sweet stuff out. And of course someone gets torn in half when a demon tries to pull him out down under. Now the friend group is more akin to the Chernobyl reactor 4. Oh no. I don't know the numbers precisely, but I'm going to make an educated assumption that those numbers are very specific to a specific certain event. Why am I so red down here? When I sat back, I went really red. Hold up, let's reconfigure my settings. Yeah, let's put them about there. That'll do. Alright. Yeah, I'm a little bit lighter now. Perhaps. Anyway, let's keep going.
While this method takes about 2 nuclear reactors worth of energy per tick, it's still worth it. It is currently the best grinder on the market because grounds come out evenly distributed. Then I press them down with a hydraulic press, getting a perfect solid coffee pellet, which I put inside of the radiation chamber alongside a plutonium fuel rod. This process takes 2 hours and converts my regular coffee pellet into a radioactive coffee 33. While this process is happening, I activate my deuterium-tritium plasma production and insert it into my fusion reactor, which will then provide me with enough energy to activate my black hole generation machine. Then I safely extract coffee 33 from my irradiation chamber and insert it inside of the black hole machine. Coffee 33 is being sucked in by the black hole, creating a very unique coffee accretion disk. Then I speed up the Hawking radiation inside of the machine, making the black hole die 5 navimigentillion times faster, which turns coffee accretion disk into a perfectly distributed coffee grounds. Then I go out and get isekai into the fantasy world of magic and wonder, and go out on an epic adventure to find the greatest wizard ever lived, so that he could enchant my evenly distributed black hole post-radioactive coffee grounds for an extra % of extraction. Sadly, for this spell we had to sacrifice a virgin, but after the harvest had commenced, I isekai'd myself back into our cyber cyberpunk world of technology and
Horse.
depression. Then I placed a dispersion screen and inserted the portafilter into the espresso machine. And due to the absolutely perfect 100% distribution, water flows through the coffee without any channeling, creating this perfect flowing coffee cylinder that is easy to simulate in Blender. Coffee ended up looking and tasting very good, and so this is how real coffee nerds.
That's some intense coffee making. Dear. Wait, not red enough? Oh, I need to be redder. No. C3 message about why the friend group is beefing. Wait. Oh, two friends. I somehow missed that message. Weird. Two friends of mine are fighting over the same girl. One is with her, the other wants her. Oh, God. Yep. That's a great way for a friend circle to implode. I wish you the best. I wish your friend circle the best. That somehow there's a way out of that scenario without tearing everyone apart. In English, please. I see. Yeah, hey, Ruse. Why do I recognize that name? Did you used to go by a different name, Ruse? Maddie sometimes shows up for these streams, these reaction streams, but I don't think he's here today. Ethruse. Ah, yes, I was gonna say. I was like, I'm like, why do I feel like I know that? And I know you. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Maddie's probably not gonna be here, but you never know. To be honest, we all laugh about the two. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So there's enough of friends in that group for it to be like, look at these two. Look at these two idiots. If you have like, for instance, if your friend circle is like a 3 or a 4, it can be a little bit awkward. It can like tear up the friend group. But if it's like 5 or above, there's enough people to band together to be like, look at these two. And worst case scenario, you probably just lose one of the friends from the friend group. But yeah. Yeah. He's watching, but he's very, very quiet. Yeah. I mean, he could be. You never know. Advanced ad. Is this a person or wait? No, it's a person named Advanced Ad. Easter. I realized just how shitty yesterday's attempt of me trying to explain check Easter. Oh, right. I remember this. So here's a short video that should make it not sound as illegal as I did. Background song shouldn't be copyrighted. Pretty old traditional Easter song. You could never trust. Many is watching is more terrifying than it should be. I'm used to people watching me, so no amount of watching can terrify me at this stage. You could almost be standing outside my window and I'd still not be startled. Wonder if Matty looks like Vsauce. That's how I've always imagined Matty looking. What haven't you uploaded in a while, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, yeah, I've streamed a bunch. I've maintained the streaming well, it was better last year than this year somehow. I've still been streaming for the last 2 years, but I haven't uploaded anything since 2023 because I have been working full time. So last year, 2024, for those who don't know, I was doing my education degree. So I was doing a degree and also working as a teacher. So my life was busy as fucking hell. Pretty much all of my spare time outside of, like, there's a few times I got to stream. I think in the mid-year holidays, I streamed a bunch last year because that was the only holidays I didn't have any work I had to do. So I was like, I just gotta stream as much as I can, and I streamed like a ton of Elden Ring. I think honestly, Elden Ring's what kept me going last year. One of the things to get me going last year. But then, this like the Christmas holidays and this year, I've been up and down in terms of streaming because I went from doing my education degree and teaching to just full-time teaching, and I had to I had to learn my own or create my own curriculum for a year level that we didn't used to have, because we have some juniors from a junior school coming to our school to do technology, and so I had to write my own curriculum. So I was really stressed about that at first, but I've actually kind of gotten over that now. I've written it out. I've got it all there. I just gonna have to deliver it each term now, and I can make tweaks. I'll make tweaks and stuff to it each time, but like the majority is already there. Most of the materials and stuff are already there, so it's no big stress. Yeah. So that's why I haven't been uploading anything. I just don't have the time to edit. I can stream because the stream is like the recording, and it's just recording. You know, it's recording time without the editing, because you don't edit the stream. You know. But in terms of doing videos, I just don't have the time to edit stuff. Okay. When I say I don't have the time, that's not always 100% true. What I mean is, if I did it, I would burn myself the hell out. So, like, I have time after schools, but, like, a lot of the times I just need that time. I have a pretty small social battery, and I work in a job that's all social all the time, you know. Have I streamed Schedule 1 yet? No, what's Schedule 1? Maddie is Vsauce, yeah. It's like, is Vsauce a super secret Rorius enjoyer? Imagine all this time, Maddie actually was Vsauce. Michael here. Oh, this game. I have seen it. Schedule 1. Yeah, it's been recommended to me on Steam. I was gonna say, what is it about? Other than drugs, of course. Simulation co-op crime multiplayer. Interesting. Or I should stream Frostpunk. I should try Frostpunk sometime. I think I own it. I just haven't played it. I think. Royus would do donuts. Or doing donuts. Oh, burnout, since you said burnout. Oh, hey, MX. Welcome to the stream. Crazy how I started watching you when I was 10, and now I'm going into college, Lamal. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the crazy thing, is that when I first uploaded those developer commentary videos, and then started streaming, doing videos later that year, that was 2017, because it was the 6th, I can still not say that properly, the 6th year anniversary of me making Portal Unity, and I uploading and recording, editing, and uploading those videos, those 2 developer commentary videos, opened my eyes to the fact how much fun that can be, how much fun recording and editing can be, and so I was like, yeah, I want to do that, and so I just started doing it. And that's what people tend to say. It's like, if you have a dream, just do it. And I did it. It didn't work. It didn't work for me. Hence why I'm a teacher now. I want to see you struggle in Frostpunk. Yeah. Yes, you ended. I just checked. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I thought I did. I thought I did. Yes, Frostpunk is one of those games where I know that the first time I play it, I will neglect something early on. This is what I've heard, is that Frostpunk, the whole game cycle is you have to choose between, heating your town and the well-being of your people. Because, like, it's constantly cold, and you're having to constantly fight off the best thing to neglect is coal, trust. Gonna say, you constantly need coal to keep your town's temperature not deathly cold. But then, yeah, you also need to expand your city and build more structures. But the more you build, the more coal you need to keep it warm. And what do you mean cold? Minus 50 is a pleasant summer day. It's like the coldest it gets. It's almost that's like the temperature of the surface of Mars. That is literally a summer day on Mars. Yeah. Yeah, Mars's temperatures, for a reference, when in direct sun at the closest point, when Mars gets to its closest point, summer, like height of the sun, height of heat, it gets to -60. Then at the coldest, Mars, yeah, if you're on the far side of Mars and you're the furthest away that Mars gets to the sun, it gets to -127. The coldest I ever saw was 140. Oh, shit. Yeah. Colder than Mars. If that's the game's temperature. Holy shit. Do you think there are aliens on Mars? I doubt it. If by aliens you mean some sort of bacteria that somehow lives on Mars, then maybe. Then, yeah, much more likely. Probably is now that we've sent stuff there. There's probably some bacteria that's thriving on the surface of Mars. Generators running on stage 4 and on overdrive, eating 3,000 coal a day. Still had my people freeze. Jesus Christ. People with 4 eyes. No. No, there are no people with 4 eyes living on Mars. This is the thing, is like, I believe in aliens, but I believe in primitive aliens. People always talk about aliens like some like super advanced race with like spacefaring spaceships and UFOs and lasers and stuff. No, if we're gonna find aliens, we're gonna find amoebas. We're gonna find single-celled organisms on a water planet, or we're gonna find algae or like plankton-esque animals on some water planet. Or watery planet, at least. Like, at best, at the, like, extreme best, in terms of, like, well above anything that you would ever hope for. Like, the absolute maximum hopeful, you'll get something like Pandora from For the Emperor, purge! You'll get something like Pandora from Avatar, where it'll be like a lush forest full of like animalistic things, minus the blue people. Get rid of the blue people, and that's more realistic. Yeah, a world full of dinosaurs, basically. That's way, way more likely than spacefaring aliens with super technology. If Pandora is real, I'll be the first person to eat Navi. Tasty. I mean, that's the thing, though, is that eating alien life might have to become, like, Xeno must die. Eating aliens might have to be the way you survive if we manage to travel to a planet with alien species. We can't bring, we can't bring lifetimes worth of food. But if they have food there, we might be able to put it, turn it into a form we can eat. And if they're animals, they might just be straight up edible. Who needs to exhaust our beautiful Earth when we can we can plunder and just reap the space. Eat the Xeno, exactly. Like a virus, we spread through the universe, eating all the alien species. Yeah. Anyway, back to this. So yeah, this is the Czech Easter that was being talked about before. Proceeds to consume 80 million years of careful evolution. Yeah. Yeah. Rosie, have you seen that photo of an alien on Mars? I have not. Oh god, you're gonna send me something, and it's gonna be that freaking what was that? What was that meme? Not that dude. I looked up alien dude meme. It came up with the wrong alien meme. Wait. I was gonna say, I'm half expecting you to send me this, like one of these ones or this one. I was fully expecting you to send me something like this. This guy was the one I was thinking of. It's like, what the fuck? No, but if you want to, send me it on Discord, and I'll have a look later. But just for future people's reference, I am an extreme skeptic when it comes to anything like aliens visited us. The Egyptians were secretly like proto super advanced humans, or anything like that. Angels existed. Giants were real. I don't really believe any of those things. Just as another quick side tangent, I had possibly the worst night's sleep in a while last night because, first of all, I just couldn't get to sleep for whatever reason. I couldn't fall asleep. I was trying to sleep too early and I just couldn't sleep. But I needed to sleep because of the stream. But then, no, Mark woke me up in the middle of the night because there was this something's happened in the flat, and I think that I can't tell, but it smelled almost like gas in the house, but we don't have gas. Gas isn't super common in New Zealand. Houses having gas stoves is not super common. So we were wondering what the hell the smell was, and no, it smelled like freaking LPG. It smelled like gas, like from a barbecue. And so we opened the door, opened the window, like tried to get some LPG is what I was thinking, but LNG is probably also the term for it. Yeah, is it light natural gas? Whatever the case, we opened some doors. Yeah, it just had like a sulfuriness to it. Yeah, I mean, we have a barbecue, but the barbecue, like, there was no smell coming from the barbecue. But yeah, we always have like the kitchen window open, which is right where the barbecue is. So we went and checked the barbecue, liquefied natural gas. That's the one. Yep. But no, we opened the door and it didn't smell outside. It wasn't like there was something coming from outside the window. So yeah, opened a couple of doors, got some breeze coming through, and cleared the smell out. Maybe it was a backed up sewer. All I know is that it smelt in the house, but then when we went outside, it didn't smell outside. The only thing I can think of is something wafted in the window and accumulated in the house and then passed, and it stayed like stuck in the house for a while. Yeah. Uh, and then the other thought that crossed my mind is, oh god, has something crawled in, like a rat or something crawled in and died somewhere, and we're smelling the starting of its like corpse rotting somewhere. So yeah, that was not a great way to wake up. And then once we opened the doors and windows and cleared the smell mostly out, I didn't notice it coming back. So we closed the doors, kept the window open, but closed the doors and went back to sleep. But and when I got up this morning, I can't tell if there's a lingering smell or not. And I'm alive, so it clearly wasn't gas. Yeah. Again, once I cleared the natural gas has managed to get embedded in the water lines. Happens sometimes, or backed up a sewer. Yeah. Well, once again, like once we cleared out the smell, I didn't notice it coming back. Like it wasn't like when we closed the doors and then left it for a bit and then smelt it again. It wasn't. How can you prove you're alive? Uh, no. I think, therefore, I am. I suppose. Whatever the case, yeah, I don't think the smell is back this morning, but I can't be sure. All I know is that as soon as we've wrapped up the stream, no, it wasn't like super strong like that. It was very faint, but it was definitely there. Like it had that smell like you're running a barbecue. Yeah, like it had that sort of like subtle sulfury smell, but like it's the smell that you know that it smelled very similar to like a little propane tank leaking or something. Yeah, I might check that. I thought, like, one of the thoughts I had when we were checking it was like, we have this tiny little griller that's designed to do gas grilling. And Mark got it as like a work gift from his work. And it came with like three little propane tanks. Like tiny little ones for the little grill. And that was the first thing I checked. The first thing I checked before I even thought about the barbecue outside was, I was like, has one of those burst? And we opened the cupboard that those little canisters are kept in. No smell in the cupboard whatsoever. So I was like, oh, well, it can't be that. But that was immediately my thought, was like it smelled like a propane-y kind of smell. Had 133,000 calls in 24 hours after the tap would have managed to pull some natural gas into flats. Oh, interesting. I should check the news. Maybe there might have been something happening last night. But again, it seems to have been dealt with. I can't smell it now. I'll have to ask around. But that's why as soon as we're finished with the stream today, I have to deal with that. That's something I have to deal with. Right, yes. That wouldn't, yeah. While I would that would have definitely been my first thought if it weren't for the fact that we just don't really have gas here. We don't have gas lines to this property. So if there is a gas line leak, it's not on our property. It must be someone nearby. If it was going to be a gas leak, it would have to be someone nearby as gas leaking. But again, it accumulated in the house, but then once we opened the doors, it like dissipated. So it wasn't like an active accumulation, you know? It was something that had accumulated at some point, and then when Mark noticed and we investigated, it was gone. It was basically whatever was causing it had already passed, seemingly. So, which happens quite often in Austria. Oh god, Yeah, see, that's why I'm glad we don't have gas lines, because that would freak me the hell out. We'd definitely have carbon monoxide detectors if we had gas line. As soon as you hear a boom, you know where it came from. Oh no. Mark saved the day. Yeah, he just happened to be up. And so he got me up and we investigated. Because I had sort of just fallen asleep when he woke me up. So yeah, I would have slept right through it. Or died. as the case may have been. But yeah. Yeah, I gotta investigate that. I'd grab my pants if I smelled gas in my flat. Yeah, I can understand why. Thankfully that's like, for us New Zealanders, that's a foreign concept. Mostly. Not everyone. There are a lot of people. There are plenty of people who have gas to their house, but you have to pay extra for it. You don't. It's not a service that's just done. You know, houses, like developments and infrastructure is like, gas lines would be done to main streets and main roads and stuff like that. But if you want gas to your house, you have to pay extra. How does New Zealand even get? It's all imported. We import all of our like petrol and gas stuff. Yeah. Because we also don't like the idea. We probably do have more reserves than you think, but they'd all be underwater, and we don't like to disturb our nature very much. So I'm pretty sure one of the recent conservative governments probably approved a bunch of offshore drilling, but from as far as I know, we haven't got any major offshore drilling happening at this time. So yeah, it's pretty much all imported. Even if we did drill, we'd send it somewhere else to be processed and then return it, re-import it, because we don't really have any processing plants here. Yeah. The thing is, it's like, because of our population, we don't need a whole lot of reserves to sustain ourselves, but we're also a country that's trying desperately to go fully green. So, yeah, we're not ones to do investigations, because, you know, you have to pay R&D investigations to find sources, and then you have to pay to build the infrastructure for drilling, and then you have to pay to process it. You know, there's a lot of stuff that we just don't do here. It's just a fancy word for extractable resources with a dedicated camouflage department. Yeah. Paint the entire country green. I'm surprised they haven't done stuff like that already. That'll solve everything. Yeah, it's just about the color, right? It's not about whether it does anything. Yeah. Nah, New Zealand has this like clean green New Zealand image that's mostly not true. But in some ways we are trying slowly to make it true. Most of our energy, like a good amount of our energy, comes from renewable resources, but we still have coal power plants around the country. We don't have any nuclear, which we really should, but we don't. Because we're so anti-nuclear. But at least we put our money where our mouth is, I suppose, with wind turbines and solar power and like tidal and like water based, you know, yeah, mostly tidal. I think tidal power is quite hydropower is what I'm thinking of. Tidal and hydro are quite utilized here. That image is 100% true. Yeah. People think of New Zealand as like this green, untouched, beautiful land. It's not true. it's yeah. But we're trying. And that's the important part, right? Intentions. Oh, it swallowed your message, did it? God damn it. Is it maybe in live chat? Oh, Austria has the corrupt officials, an incredibly ineffective but overly massive bureaucracy. Yeah. Yeah, it showed up in live chat. I had to change my view to show live chat. It's not going to show up here, but yeah, it did show up in the live. Anyway, let's do some Easter in Czech.
On this particular holiday, it is always a good time for the Czech community. Many of the U.S. citizens may know it as Easter, but in the Czech Republic, it is known as Velikonoce. It is very known for Easter to be a fun-filled religious holiday with girls and women cooking and decorating eggs with beautiful designs. But in the Czech Republic, it gets a little bit more interesting.
Oh, thank you for reminding me, Nathan. I actually have a better TTV thing now. I haven't set it up yet. The Better TTV extension has the setting that automatically puts the chat in live chat mode. Oh, cool. I have an account with Better TTV, and I want to put our emojis on there and stuff. I want to set that up for us because I'd always wondered how some of the... Once again, we talked about Astral Spiff earlier. Astral Spiff has Better TTV, and I wondered how he achieved what he achieved in terms of his emojis and stuff. Turns out he had Better TTV. And Better TTV recently-ish added YouTube support. So I want to get Better TTV set up for this so that you guys can do a bunch of stuff in the chat and it will show up special here. And if you set it up on your end, it'll also show up special on your end. But people who are new, it won't automatically be there unless they set up Better TTV. But yeah, it'll show up here, which is the important part. Like if you type there are special emojis that if you just type out the word for the emoji, it'll automatically replace it here with the emoji that you intend to use. So we can add a bunch of our channel emojis, a bunch of rorius emojis, to this chat. And yeah, there are other features. I didn't know about that one. That one would be useful. I gotta remember to set it up properly. Yeah, anyway.
Men and boys go out to collect freshly cut willow branches, burning them to create whips named pomlaska. The guys wake up very early in the morning to chase women and cautiously whip them. It is believed to make the women grow stronger and to bring fertility throughout the following year, and for the younger girls to grow into nice, pretty women. While cautiously whipping the women, the men would sometimes sing,
Hody, hody, do provody, dejte vejce malovaný. Nedáte-li malovaný, dejte aspoň bílý, slepička vám snese jiný.
Which means, feast, feast, give me a painted egg. If you don't give me a painted egg, give me at least a white one. The hen will give you another. This may remind you of another well-known holiday in the U.S. Hint, hint, trick or treat. After being cautiously whipped, the girls and women would reward the guys with yummy food and sweets or handmade painted eggs, then finally would place a colorful piece of ribbon on the pomlaske before the guys would move on to the next door. All cultures have rituals that are a part of their tradition. This is one of the spectacular many.
Again, I hope this is not copyright claimed music. I forgot about that message. That part of the message. But yeah, okay, so it's not quite as bad as the way they described it in the previous stream. But still weird. Then again, most cultural traditions are weird. Easter is pretty weird. Halloween's pretty weird. Oh, hey Lumi. Welcome to the stream. The part about begging for candy is pretty weird. That was why I was never allowed to go Halloween trick-or-treating. My parents, especially my mom, didn't believe in begging for food. You know, that she's like, that's beneath us to beg for candy. Meanwhile, I just kind of wanted to dress up and be a spooky Halloween man, you know? I didn't really... I mean, I wanted candy, but that wasn't the main reason I wanted to participate. Which is why later on, thankfully, when I got a bit older and I could express that want, I was allowed to have Halloween parties. So instead of going trick-or-treating, I would host a party and invite all my friends around to like watch scary movies and eat candy. Like we just have like my parents would just buy Halloween candy for the house for us to eat. Instead of begging, instead of the idea is, yeah, very anti like begging for food. Instead of like going to house asking for candy, Mum would just buy us candy. Someone dress up as you for Halloween, I'd be honored. I'd be honored to be dressed. To someone dress up as me. You'll have to pick like one of the pictures of me and like, because I wear different outfits all the time. You'd have to pick a specific picture of me and like, find like clothes similar to that picture. I mean, you could use the Cooking with Rorius video. It's pretty accurate to the kind of stuff I usually wear. Anyway, yes, I'm familiar with this video. I have seen it before. Yeah, this is the first ever video uploaded to YouTube by the creators of YouTube.
Alright, so here we are in front of the elephants. And the cool thing about these guys is that they have really, really, really long fronts. And that's cool. And that's pretty much all there is to say.
Yeah. What a world we live in. What if that's Fireboy? What if it turns out Fireboy all this time has been the founder of YouTube? Knowing what Fireboy's voice sounds like, I am pretty certain that's not the case. Most anticipated 3D software. Oh. What does it say? Everybody's waiting for this 3D software.
If you've been keeping up with GenFX and their real-time VFX tools like AmberGen and LiquidGen, cool. You probably know they've been teasing something new for a while. And now, we finally have a proper look at it. It is called Illugen, and is their next big thing, built specifically for in-game visual effects. And they just gave a full walkthrough during their Q2 livestream. And it is the first time we've seen what Illugen is actually about beyond those vague roadmap blurbs. So what is it, and what can it actually do? So what exactly is Illugen? In short, it is a standalone app that is being developed to help you create both 2D and 3D VFX assets for games, like procedural textures, animated flipbooks, stylized meshes, and more. Think of it as a focused blend of tools you would normally piece together, like Photoshop, Substance, maybe a bit of Houdini and After Effects, but it is designed with game VFX in mind, from the very start. Now, it is not trying to completely replace all those tools. The point is more about cutting out the friction. Instead of bouncing between 6 different programs just to get one effect working in engine, you would stay inside Illugen, building everything there and exporting whatever you need straight into your engine. When it comes to the workflow, Illugen is planned to be fully node-based. So if you're comfortable with AmberGen or Substance Designer, it should feel familiar right away. Each node would give you real-time visual previews, which would make it way easier to troubleshoot your setup as you build things out. The tool would include procedural generators for things like noise, masks, and color ramps, but it is not limited to that. Illugen is also expected to support hand-painted textures, including procedural brushes that you can actually paint with, so it is not locked into purely procedural mindset. If you are the type who mixes both painting and graph building, this might suit you really well. For 3D work, the focus would be on effect-specific geometry, stuff like magic beams, energy bursts, hit effects, and distortion meshes. It's not gonna be the place to model props or characters, but if you need simple geometry to drive shaders or particle effects, this can be the tool that covers that part of your workflow. During the stream, they ran through a few early examples. One of them was a mana orb built by importing a fluid flipbook from AmberGen, distorting it with a UV map, and layering in some procedural textures and gradients. What's interesting is that everything was built and previewed inside the same tool. No back and forth between apps to check how things would look, and this seems really promising. They also showed particles traveling along a spline, something like an energy trail. And a more complex example where
Fireboy as a baby, as a fetus, holding the camera to record that video. If you feel a presence behind you, ignore it. It feeds on acknowledgement. Okay. I'm glad that I have a wall. This is like a wall right behind me. So I know that if it is behind me, it's like right here. It's in the couch. Maybe it's under the couch. Ooh. Like under behind? Ooh, that's spooky.
they built stylized wings entirely inside Illusion. The design was inspired by Diablo 3 aesthetic, and it gives an idea of the kind of detail the tool might handle.
I was gonna
On
say
the
this.
pipeline
A few
or
things
production
here
side
felt
of things,
Diablo-esque.
Illusion doesn't seem like it will be closed off or restrictive, because you'll be able to bring in flipbooks from Embergen or Houdini for that matter. You can modify them inside Illusion and export them again in formats that make sense for game engines, which is a great thing. They are actually expecting support for things like baked textures, position data, and Alembic caches right out of the gate. And direct export to engines like Unreal, Unity, and Godot is something they are aiming for eventually. But early on, exporting would still be a manual process. You would have to bake your assets, then bring them into the engine yourself. It is also expected to support VATS, which stands for Vertex Animated Textures, which is definitely a plus for anyone working with baked animations in real-time environments. After we talked about this, who is it for? I mean, who can use Illusion? From what I can see, it is mainly for game-focused VFX artists. This can be technical artists, effects specialists, or even solo game dev artists trying to prototype gameplay effects. Illusion isn't trying.
I like the ideas. I like the what I see for this. My only concern is that translation stage where you're taking it from the software that you're making it in and putting it into Unity or Unreal, even just modeling software, taking a model made from Blender and putting it in Unity, for instance, can have weird problems and effects, side effects and things, and it often can look different when it's imported from what it looked like in the editing software, in the model editing software. So particle effects like this looking really good in the Illusion workflow, I suppose, to import it into a system. I'd be curious to see how it actually works. Did you know if you eat the sun, you'll be full? You'll be full for the rest of your life.
To cover film pipelines or replace general purpose modeling tools.
It looks
the idea
super
is that
cool.
It is all about in-game VFX, at least for now. Nick Sievert, the CEO of JangaFX, mentioned the long-term goal for Illusion to eventually take over some of the game-specific workflows that are currently handled in Houdini. It is not actually meant to compete with Houdini across the board, but in areas where Houdini can feel slow or overbuilt. In that case, Illusion might offer something faster and more focused. As for when this software is gonna drop, JangaFX is aiming for the summer of 2025, most likely during their Elemental Week, which is an event that is gonna take place at the end of July. Also, when it comes to pricing, I think it is not finalized, not yet, but it is expected to land somewhere around $300 or $299, similar to Embergen. If you already have the Elemental Suite, the good news, you will get Illusion bundled with that. And beyond version 1.0, they are planning to continue.
I hate modern monetization. Immediately, that price tag cuts out any real, like, people who just want to dabble, who just want to try it out and see what it's like. It's immediately, it prices out a vast number of people who would be interested in trying it out. I know that they need to make their money because they've done all this work making the software, but yeah, I don't know. I like the models. I like the the models in which, for like with Unity or Unreal or whatever, where it's like until you're making money, it's free. Because yeah, I don't know. That's my poverty. That's my poor man opinion about monetization.
Development, adding things like destruction tools and more seamless export options for common game engines. So yeah, it is still in development, but based on what we have seen, Illusion could end up being a useful additional tool for VFX toolkits and game development pipelines, especially if you're working in a node-based engine-ready workflow. In that case, I think it's gonna be amazing and it's gonna bring additional efficiency in your work. And there you have it, guys. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. You can also check some of our previous videos. Thank you very much for watching.
I might actually keep this open just because I would like to see more about that Illusion. Looking really cool. I love seeing like modern, like those particle effects for the like rocket, the smoke particle effects. I'm always amazed when they get those looking right. Like the modern smoke particle effects are so good. Like because of the fact that old smoke particle effects used to just be a freaking 2D texture that would billboard to whichever way you're facing it. Seeing like smoke particle effects that are like volumetric, always tickles that part of my brain, the graphics part of my brain being like, ooh, shiny.
What is up, everyone?
Shh, let's so it says privacy, please. Oh, why I made a browser extension to punch surveillance in the face. It's free and open source. Oh.
Everyone. So I made a privacy-focused browser extension that basically could be one of the best privacy-focused extensions that have ever existed. I'm totally kidding. Like, it's a super simple extension, but I do hope that you get a lot of use out of it.
Wait. Do you know a game called Revolution Idol? I don't. Revolution Idol. Casual simulation idler clicker free to play. Ah. Interesting. Yeah, no, never come across it before.
We'll get more into that in a little bit, but for now, most people don't actually realize the extent of how bad they're tracked every time they go online, whenever they open their browser. Like every site that they actually visit, every search that they type in, every video that they click, it all gets logged and profiled and monetized, and not just by the websites themselves, but by the entire hidden industry that exists around it that treats your life like raw data to be mined. And over time, this kind of constant surveillance becomes invisible. It becomes normal to people, and people stop doing things like noticing. But there's still a ton of privacy violations that happen every second that we're online. But normal doesn't really mean acceptable, and that's where privacy front ends actually come in.
Let's just say, like, when I think about this kind of thing, when I think about the modern internet, I think back. We were just talking about me finally playing that mod that I have for Red Alert 2 for the first time in years. It literally can't even. I didn't mention it when we were talking about it before, but you literally can't download it anymore. Even if you manage to get into the beta branch of their website, of their forums, the forums still exist. And the beta branch of those forums still exists. The file links still exist, but they're dead. They're dead links. The files are no longer downloadable. However, I have a copy of them on my hard drive. Thankfully. Revolution Idol just got a massive update, and I'm sure now I'm never going to finish the game. Oh, right, yeah. The forever grind, yeah. um, yeah, of an idle game. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so uh yeah, I think back to when I was posting on that forum. One of the last things I remember posting was about the beta. There was this particular tank that they had introduced, which is a super cool concept. They basically one of the teams, each team you could like specialize. There's 4 teams, which was unique. Like most Red Alert 2 mods, you could have 3 teams because there's 3 teams in the base game. But if you tried to add a 4th team by default, the game just couldn't handle it. So like a lot of mod stuff adds extra compatibility to the game to allow for a 4th side, a 4th faction in the game. And this mod had a 4th faction. It added a 4th faction, but as part of diversification of the factions, each faction could specialize in a field. Um, for instance, I'm pulling this out of my ass because I can't remember exactly, but like, let's say the robot side, because it was a robot side. The robot side could focus on like, Goliath mechs, or it could focus on laser tech, or it could focus on what's the third one? Let's say it's like ballistics tech. So you could either have like big expensive mechs that are really slow but got lots of armor, or you could focus on like laser tech, so you could have lots of like high tech, cheaper but like more swarmable units made with, using laser tech. Or you could focus on the ballistics, which is like medium damage, medium strength armor units that are just a bit more flexible and more usable in more contexts, but you can only choose one per round, so when you choose it, that's it, you're locked in. This new team that added, this new faction that added in the beta, had a gravity, or was it gravity? Seismic, like it had like essentially like the earthquake or gravity / seismic upgrade, which would give you special units to do with ground based attacking. And it had literally like this tank that could cause earthquakes, and the seismic tank was able to do it was not very good at most. Well, no, initially when they first released the beta, it was kind of devastating to everything, except foot soldiers. Foot soldiers were almost immune to it, but tanks and buildings would just get devastated by this tank. And I mentioned the fact that I came on the forum and I was like, this tank is too devastating by itself. Like it should be used as a support in the same way that a lot of other tanks are. Like most tanks, like it had huge range. It was devastating to bases and to tanks. And it had enough armor to be not super easy to destroy. Like a lot of long ranged attackers in Red Alert are very weak. So if you get units to them, if you manage to or they're very slow or something like that. This tank wasn't slow and it wasn't weak. It was a pretty standard tank. So it was even difficult to destroy it with foot soldiers, because foot soldiers could only last a few waves of seismic activity before they would die as well. And so it was kind of it was just too powerful across the board. So one of my last comments on that forum was you should hey, love the new team. One of the things I think should be tweaked is the gravity tank. I think it's too powerful. It should be used as more of a support tank, not able to single-handedly deal with most situations. It should be needed to, like with a lot of long-range attackers, it should have front-end weakness, and it probably should do a lot less damage to tanks. And even for buildings, which is its specialty, probably should be nerfed a little bit as well. It was just way too powerful. Yeah, that was one of my last messages on that forum back in 2009. And the internet back in 2009 and earlier, when I had been interacting with it earlier. Sorry for a huge tangent on the main the main point of the story. The internet then was such a different place. Posting on forums, there was already Facebook and stuff like that, but I feel like, I never used Facebook because back then I was told, like, I was posting on this forum without the knowledge of my parents. My parents probably would have been a little bit concerned if I had told them that I was posting on a forum to developers of a mod that live across the other side of the world. I found out later on they're actually from the Netherlands, which is where my family are from. But whatever the case, yeah, back then I didn't have a Facebook account because Facebook was like, post all your personal data here. And a lot of people, including myself, were like, no, that is the opposite of what we were told. When we were kids, we were told never post anything personal on the internet. This is pretty rich coming from me, a YouTuber. But yeah, we were told back in the early days of the internet that you need to be really careful. Oh, I gotta head off. Okay. See ya, Core. Thanks for joining me. Yeah. We'll play some Project Zomboid soon. Probably. Yeah. I'm next week. Yeah. Keeping fingers hard crossed for next week. But yeah, like let's just say the kind of tracking they do now that just didn't exist back then. They tried to track your progress, but not every website had, Google systems linked with it. And when you saw websites had like trackers built into them, that was always like a concern. That was like, oh, this is a website that maybe I shouldn't always go to because they have like the Google trackers built into it. Gobbledygook. Great Henry the 4,098,523rd. Yeah, and yeah, sites were so much more individual. There were so many more. It really feels like there were way more websites back in the day, and different people would visit different places and go to different things, and there were like much more private spaces. Smaller private spaces. Nowadays, everyone goes to the same 5 websites, and yeah, all your activity is tracked everywhere you go. Every site has Google or some other ad chasing, or sorry, some other tracker, like history chasing software that tells the big companies exactly what you look at, exactly where you go at all times, who you are, what you're doing, where you live, how to advertise to you. And I hate it. It pisses me off. I'm like like the old man that I'm becoming. I long for the old days of the internet. And I know people always remind me, it's like, but this, that, and the next thing is why you shouldn't long for the old days of the internet. I don't care. I liked the internet the way it was in like the early to mid thousands. I hate what it's become. Dear. Anyway, old man yells at cloud. Let's keep going.
If you haven't actually heard of them, they're basically mirrors or pass-throughs of major websites like YouTube or Twitter or Reddit and all the others that exist. But without the trackers that come with them, without the fingerprinting, and without the stupid forced logins that exist. The endless advertising is also gone. They stripped down the experience to just the content. And many actually even do it anonymously. So it means there's no JavaScript, nightmares to worry about. And the corporate surveillance is pretty much gone, which is awesome, which just means that it's you and the information that you actually asked for. So one thing I am curious about, though, is let me know in the comments if you have actually used privacy front ends, and if so, which ones you think are the best, which ones you think suck, or if you didn't know what they were, that. I'd like to see the actual numbers that actually exist on the specific topic if you're okay with sharing that information. Privacy front ends first started gaining real traction when people started to realize that there was basically no other way to use these platforms safely.
Yeah.
Tools like Invidious for YouTube, Knitter for Twitter, Libri Reddit for Reddit gave users a way to interact without actually having to sell their souls every time they wanted to click on a link and see something.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, that movement just expanded. Now, there are front ends for almost everything, from Instagram, TikTok, Google search, Medium, IMDb, and a ton more. Every one built by people who actually value your privacy more than your profit potential, basically. The problem is that manually switching to these front ends every time you click a link is a pain. It's fairly easy to say that you'll do it, but nobody really wants to have to rewrite all of the links that they click. So it's fairly easy to say that you're going to do it or that you care about your privacy, but when the default web keeps bringing you back into these mainstream sites, eventually you just say screw it and give up and click through like everybody else, which is absolutely human nature. It's the system that exists that slowly grinds us down and just kind of gets us to give up, learned helplessness of sorts.
That's kind of what's happened with me. It started with Facebook. All my friends had Facebook. I didn't want to get Facebook because I felt like it was I didn't want to put all my shit on on my face and records of myself online. But all my friends had it, and my friends were planning parties and doing stuff on it, and I buckled when I got Facebook. And then at university, people used Facebook for planning. Was it? Oh, welcome to the stream, Seth. You're at my Poppy Playtime stream. Nice. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're living well. I never even thought about getting Facebook in the first place. Yeah, I've been these last like 2 or 3 years. I've been like so close to deleting Facebook, but people still use it to plan stuff. And if I leave it, if I delete my Facebook, then I will lose connection with a lot of those people. Or they'll keep planning stuff, but I just won't be included. Even as it stands, like when they include me, I don't notice because I don't have any notifications for Facebook. Yeah. Yeah. Steve says chicken jockey, theater explodes. Yeah. But, yeah, so, yeah, I buckled, and I still have it for the same reason that I buckled in the first place. I already have deleted my Twitter/X profile. That's how mine went, yeah. I've deleted my Twitter profile, if people haven't noticed. I removed my link to my Twitter as well from all my videos. At least I think I have. I deleted it from a lot of them, at least. I feel like did I go through all of them? There are like 2,000 videos, but you can bulk edit YouTube videos. So I went through and bulk edited if it's on the screen at any point, that hasn't been touched, but in the descriptions of I believe all of my videos, I removed the link to Twitter, because I was just one of the many times I saw news about Elon Musk has done this, that, or the next thing. I just thought, fuck it, I'm done. I don't want my face or my name on anything to do with that man. Unfortunately, I still have PayPal, don't I? At least not publicly. I don't want. I just didn't want my face to be associated in any way with Twitter, X, whatever. No, I have to watch 2 streams at the same time. Lol. Wait, what? Is there a stream starting that you really want to watch? Because I was gonna say we're not. I don't think we're that far from the top of the list, so I could get through the last few videos and wrap it up. But yeah, no, I again, as old man yells at cloud, as a veteran of the internet, guess the character. Oh, it's Lumi. It's cats are liquid. Another channel stream did start, but I don't mind the yapping on yours. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, as a veteran of the internet, I feel like a veteran of the internet. I did. I gave in. I just buckled and let the world have all of my freaking information. Despite everything we were told when we were little about not putting our information on the internet. I'm a YouTuber. I have my face on thousands of videos and my opinion splattered all over the internet and all my personal data available to any data broker who wants to sell me something. I'm perhaps more skeptical of ads and things that are trying to sell me something than the average user, but like they have all of my information. I have no protections from that. I have ad blocker, but I have it disabled on YouTube and on Twitch, and a couple other places. So they've got everything. They've literally got everything.
And that's exactly why I built the Privacy Please extension. It's lightweight, it's free, and it's open source. It logs nothing, and it doesn't report anything back whatsoever. It doesn't do that, an anonymously collected data usage. There's none of that crap. It just sits quietly in your browser and intercepts the trash links that you're about to click and silently redirects them to a privacy respecting front end. So when you go and you open up, say, a YouTube link, you get an Nvidius instance instead. And when you open up Twitter or X, you get Knitter. When you hit Reddit, you get libreddit. Google search redirects to Sears XNG, and Medium gets replaced with Scribe. And even Quora, in this instance, gets, and IMDb, I think I got IMDb. I'll have to check on that one. Put in. But you don't actually have to memorize anything, which is the absolute upside. You don't have to install a dozen extensions, one for every set. You don't have to do any of that crap. And you don't have to trust a middleman. You just browse the way you always would, but without the parasites riding on your back. And the extension is completely free. It always will be. It's listed on both the Firefox add-in store and the Chrome web store. So, I mean, if you prefer to install it manually or if you want to audit the code yourself, and please do, it's fully available on GitHub as well, on my GitHub. And there's no obfuscation or stupid hidden APIs. Like, privacy isn't something that you ask for. It's something that you take. And every day you browse without it, for a lot of people that are out there. And you're feeding a system that was built to exploit you. Every day you choose tools like this, you get to punch that system back in the face just a little bit harder and keep a little bit of yourself to yourself. If you're serious about privacy, start, tooling up and using tools that actually respect you. Start building habits that defend you, and start realizing that the biggest challenges don't actually come from asking permission for things, but rather they come from refusing to be prey. I would advise you to download Privacy Please, install it, and forget it's even there. Just don't forget to leave a review if you like it. I'm kidding, obviously. You're free to hop on and tell me you hate it and it sucks, but the frustration barrier for users to get privacy should be as low as possible, in my opinion.
Yeah. The only problem, like, I know many people love this app and love this extension, and I definitely want to try it out. I'm going to save this video, in fact, and put it over here to investigate that further. The only problem with it is that a lot of spaces, you limit your ability to utilize the space when you don't have an account with that system. I was gonna say, like, I would 100% use this, but then there are some sites that I need to use either for, like, to pay bills, or actually that reminds me, I got a bill to pay. I might just open a link to it to remind myself to freaking do it, because otherwise I'll forget. Yeah, like sites where I need to pay bills, or sites where I've got my insurance, or sites where I've got, all sorts of things that I still need to log into. If you use a site like a system like that, where it, like, you're constantly obfuscating who you are, or what when you're interacting with it, you can't then also have a subscription list. Oh, welcome back. Yeah. I know that feeling. God, just in recent, like, last couple weeks, I've been falling asleep at my desk all the time. It's really bad. There's something wrong. It's a square, it's invisible, and Lumi spawns it. It's gotta be the cube from the first game. I forget what they call it, though. Anyway, okay. Yeah, so I'm all about that. Someone has a Seth Rollins named account. Do I have to bring out back my Bray Wyatt account? The companion, that's what it is. That's what it's called. Yeah. Only if you want to. Only if you want. I miss XSI. They're all dead. Oh. Wait, what?
Today, we have amazing 3D software like Blender, Max, Maya, Houdini, Cinema 4D, ZBrush, and so on. But this wasn't always the case, because those are the 3D software that made it. Over the years, lots of 3D software were developed and used on different projects, big and small.
Oh, yes. This right here is just suddenly reminding me that I really want to try getting some really old 3D modeling software and seeing how it works. Seeing if I can't figure out how to use it. Because I love the graphics of certain, like, 90s video games. Nice. No, they have two wrestler fan accounts. Yeah. Dear. You have to wrestle. Yeah, the stuff like Riven. When I played Riven, I love the graphical style. I've got to bring up a picture of Riven for people who don't know. Riven. I should bring up my video. Rorius. Oh, what? It's because there's a character named Riven in a game. Oh, what weird. When I looked up videos specifically on Google, the first result it was a video of mine. If you look up Riven Rorius, by default, if you go all, it doesn't show anything specific. In fact, it doesn't even show Riven the game until here. No, not even there. Holy crap. It just doesn't even show Riven at all. However, if you go videos, the first thing that shows up is me. You have to have Rorius in there, of course. But playing Obduction. But it's showing there's a video linked from this video that's got the word Riven in it. Yeah. The 2024 Riven. I've got to play that still. D by D that's not even got Riven in it. But then again, Abduction. Abduction being a game made by the same developers as the developers of Riven. Riven full walkthrough. That's someone else's video. Damn it. Oh, I thought I saw Rorius down here. No, okay. Let's open up my channel. Haven't logged into the account for a very long time. Right, yeah. Oh, there's my stream. Okay, wait. Let's go to me. And go to playlists. I do like how eclectic my channel is. Yeah, Abduction. There's the 3 videos for Abduction. I think, were they streams or were they videos? Let's go to the full playlist. Streams, yep. What was this was also streams, wasn't it? Yeah, you can tell if they're 4 hours stream. I think this is the last thing No, wait, what? Retro Christmas? Was it streams? No, these were videos, yeah. It's one of the last thing I did videos for. I did a video for Lambda Wars. Oh, so I thought it was a highlight reel. It was one like the last video I did. Wait. Yeah, did I not put that in the highlight reel playlist? January 2023. Oh, this doesn't have the... Oh, this was the best of ones. Yeah, this wasn't the same. Yeah. I'm confused about the order this is showing up in. Is it supposed to come out in the latest? Yeah, the date added newest. Weird. Anyway, Riven. Let's go to Riven. I was gonna say this was also a stream series that I did. But let's jump in like midway through. Let's go here. And jump into a random section. With the... Oh. Let's find somewhere that's beautiful. Yeah, like... I mean, that scene right there was pretty cool. I've got to figure out where it is. This was really confusing. Like, I love Riven, but it's so confusing. It took me so long to figure out some of the puzzles. Yeah. I love these graphics. I love these 90s 3D renders of graphics. These weird alien seal / bird things. So weird. They're like birds. They're like a cross between like a penguin and a baleen whale. Like a whale with baleen in it as its mouth. It's super weird. But like it's low resolution, low poly models and stuff like that. It's not super high quality, but just something about the aesthetic of this style graphics from this era. I love it. It's the same kind of graphics that you get in let's see if I can find it. Let's see, it'll be going back a bit. I mean, even the original Myst, it's even older and even lower quality graphics. When did I play Abe's Odyssey / Exodus? It was a while back, wasn't it? I remember the Rorius' shitty Christmas. That was a great year. Yeah, so here's Odyssey and Exodus here. Let's open up Abe's Exodus. Hey guys, Rory. Oh god, back in the day, this was great. Hey guys, Rorius here. Oh, I miss saying those words. Because I don't tend to say them these days. Just some of these backgrounds, and I mean the graphics generally for for like the Abe games, just super cool. Well, let's go to when you first arrive at Fico Depot. Just some of the shops.
We train crank along their own train line, the Fico Depot train line, and make our way into.
Okay, that's the secret. The secret. Yeah, I mean, some of the animation stuff, some of the stills. There's some backgrounds of the Fico Depot, which are just super cool. I can't find them right now, but and I mean not just Fico Depot. Some of the, like, right at the start of the video, this is a crazy cool background.
Hey guys, Rorius here. Welcome back to Abe's Exodus. I hope I said Abe's Exodus last time and not Abe's Odyssey, because I could totally see myself making that mistake. And
yeah, I played Abe's Exodus and Odyssey like back to back.
We did, yeah. Let's go. Let's do this.
I got very used to saying Abe's Odyssey, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it's...
yes, this one. I like this chase.
If I said Odyssey.
You get a little bit of a view ahead of time with this one. You didn't get any in the Mudamo vaults. Get to... I didn't fail. Stop.
Yep.
Just stop. No. Thank you.
Come on.
Run out of time.
Yep.
Actually,
I got so close that time, but then...
Oh, that's a tight one, that last bit there. See, I believe not moment for the...
Oh, then the cutscenes, yeah, the cutscenes. Cutscenes are great too, but it's really the, like, backdrops. It's the pre-rendered backdrops and stuff that I really like. Oh my god. I don't know why I'm bothering to go to this.
It's freaking Shriketal, or we have that's crazy. This last guy.
I don't even think there's anything here that I.
Okay, this guy's walk with me. Walk to the last one. I don't want to have to do any work. There we go. Yeah. So, we've got all of them to help us open up this vent over here.
You can totally...
Now because they're not useful.
You can totally easily access...
You guys clearly can't handle this. I'll deal with it.
You can so easily forget to save them.
That's the end of disc 1. Normally, as soon as you jump in that vent, the PlayStation would come up with a thing saying, please insert disc 2.
That's true. It's true. PlayStation 1 had 2 discs.
Yeah, just like the halfway mark of the game.
All the backdrops.
I'll talk about it later.
Yeah. These guys are really funny. I like them a lot. I'm so sad that Abe's Exodus didn't get a remake like the first game.
Except that we just like...
Yeah, whatever the case. Yeah, there's a bunch of this 3D stuff. I want to learn how to make the old school looking 3D. I don't really care about modern day graphics. I like old school graphics, so I really want to learn some like old 3D modeling software. I want to get my hands on a bunch of old 3D modeling software and see if I can learn how to make it look like that. Look like the classic old 3D rendering. I'm obsessed with it, fascinated by it, and I, in some lucid, pardon me, Jesus Christ. In some part of my brain that makes no sense at all, in my head I'm like, should be easier. because it's lower poly, you know, it's not as high definition graphics. But by going back to the old software, you're making it harder on yourself because old software is always harder. So it's such a wrong thought to think that it's easier. It's definitely not going to be easier. But yeah, I yearn for the old days. I'm such an old man. Anyway.
Small, but at the end, they were all gone. For different reasons, but they ended up the same. So in today's video, I'll be going over some interesting 3D software that have been forgotten, which can give you a perspective on the history of 3D software over the last 3 or 4 decades. By the way, if you are a Blender user, there is a bundle of 28 add-ons on sale right now. It is a fantastic deal, because for the price of...
I'm such an old man. All my favorite things are all old school. Like, I want to do old school graphics. I want to do, like, make games that are old school style. I want the internet to be old school. I constantly play old games from the past. And even when playing, I know it's not technically old school, but when playing Minecraft, I've been playing Minecraft, the all the mods mod with Mark. When we play it, he always does all the like high-tech stuff where you have these blocks that are like powering, you know, like generating some sort of power, and then he has like the like tubes feeding materials into different parts, and he has like a nuclear reactor and all that stuff. And meanwhile, I stick with Redstone and Create. I learned the Create mod. Learned how to use the Create mod for stuff. But like the Create mod is super like mechanical. It's gears turning and machines working on a repeating process kind of thing. Yeah, conveyor belts. Very, very physical. No user interfaces, all just like blocks functioning, doing something really functional. And it's like, I'm such an old man. 2013 era Redstone, my beloved. Yeah, I use classic Redstone, which is just, you know, wiring to blocks that do a thing when they get a signal, you know. And you know, it has very big, bulky, like Redstone logic, and the Create mod, which has like, it takes that Redstone kind of like logic and turns it into, yeah, this block literally just has a hammer that's going up and down because you're powering it with rotational with a rotational force. You've got a pole rotating going into it, and that inside there's clearly like a piston system which is just making it with rotation, it moves down, up and down based on that rotation. And the poles and gears that are all rotating, you connect them up so that you got a conveyor belt rotating with the same source of force that the machine is acting on, and it's all very, very physical. And I love it. I love the Create mod, and I love classic Redstone. It just makes sense to me. It's just so logical and functional, and yeah, I can't handle the UIs with the crazy nonsense. Crazy, like, you have this chip that does this thing for this device, and then that makes it interact with this device differently, and then there's pneumatic tubes that just auto pump materials in all directions, and yeah, too fancy. It's too fancy, too modern. I like my cogs and my gears and my conveyor belts where I can literally see the product moving through in a particular direction and doing a particular thing. Yeah. Anyway.
Starting with Bryce, which is a 3D landscape and animation software originally developed in the early 90s by Eric Wanger, with significant contributions from Kai Krause and Ken Musgrave. The software is designed to enable users to create and render realistic and surreal 3D environments with ease. The interesting thing about the software is that over the years, it changed ownership multiple.
I'm straight up bookmarking this. I'm I'm gonna save it for later as well, but I'm bookmarking it. I just quickly bookmarked it because I don't want to lose this.
Times. It was first acquired by Meta Creations, then by Coral Corporation in 2000, and later by DAS Studio in 2004. DAS 3D released Bryce 5.5 in 2005, integrating it with DAS Studio, and subsequently released version 6 and 7, with the latter being the final major release in 2010. As of October 2018, development of Bryce has been halted, and there have been no updates since then. Throughout its active years, Bryce was widely used for creating digital art, illustrations, and animations, particularly in the realm of science fiction and fantasy. Its contributions include digital effects for films such as The Titanic, Dante's Peak, and The Lawnmower Man, where it was utilized for creating background mattes and terrains. The most impressive and advanced 3D software that was ever discontinued is without a doubt Softimage, previously known as Softimage XSI.
Yeah.
Softimage was developed by a company that has the same name. In the 1980s, it was a groundbreaking 3D graphics and animation software at the time. It gained fame for its powerful character animation tools,
I use the
and it was
Bluesky.
widely used throughout the 90s on major projects like Jurassic Park, The Titanic, and The Matrix. Its influence was enormous because it introduced many artists to advanced rigging, skeleton animation, and non-linear animation workflows. In 1994, Microsoft bought it to bolster its multimedia ambitions, but later sold it in 1998 to Avid Technology, a company better known for video editing systems. Under Avid, Softimage evolved rapidly, including the release of Softimage XSI in 2000, which was seen as a major rewrite and a great improvement to the platform. However, the 2000s were harsh. Despite technical brilliance, Softimage struggled to maintain market dominance, especially against software such as Max and Maya, and especially as Autodesk consolidated power by offering bundled deals and better integration across different industries. In 2008, Avid sold Softimage to Autodesk. Initially, Autodesk promised to keep Softimage alive, alongside Maya and Max, but it became clear over the next few years that Softimage would not receive the same aggressive marketing and development resources. In 2014, Autodesk officially announced the discontinuation of Softimage, stating that Softimage 2015 would be the final version. This end of the software was met with considerable anger and sadness in the community, because many artists believe it still had the most elegant workflow, especially for character animation, rigging, and ICE, which stands for Interactive Creative Environment. This was a node-based procedural system that was years ahead of its time, and even till this day, many artists still use it even 10 years after being discontinued, which shows the potential Softimage had. Another interesting 3D software that faded away and is now forgotten is called Mirai, which was a professional 3D software for modeling and animation that was developed by Isware, built on the legacy of earlier systems like Nishiman Graphics and Symbolics as graphics. Interestingly, its core strength was polygonal modeling and subdivision surface modeling, offering extremely precise control over topology, long before many modern 3D packages did. Mirai was precise, and it was praised for its powerful and elegant workflow, especially for character modeling and facial rigging. It became particularly focused because Bayrate used it extensively to model and create the facial system of Gollum in the Lord of the Rings film trilogy, which was a groundbreaking achievement in digital character animation. Despite its technical superiority in modeling, the software struggled commercially. Its interface was considered unconventional and intimidating for many users, and by the early 2000s, other 3D software such as Maya, Max, and Softimage were gaining stronger footholds in major studios, offering broader toolsets beyond modeling. The company behind Mirai began to lose momentum, with updates slowing down
That was the
dramatically.
Buster Sword.
Around the early 2000s,
From
active
Final Fantasy
development
VII.
essentially halted, without any official closure announcement, so the software faded away quietly, leaving it an abandoned product rather than a formally discontinued software. Mirai's legacy lived on through community-driven projects, like Wings 3D, an open-source modeling software directly inspired by Mirai's approach to subdivision modeling. We can't talk about this topic without mentioning Modo, which is a 3D modeling, sculpting, and rendering software originally developed by Luxology, a company founded in 2001 by former Lightwave 3D engineers. The software was first released in 2004 and gained recognition for its intuitive interface, in addition to powerful modeling tools. In 2012, Luxology merged with the Foundry, leading to continued development and integration of Modo into the Foundry suite of creative tools. However, all that changed in November 2024. The Foundry announced the decision to stop Modo's development after the release of version 17.1 due to some corporate jargon. You know the drill. Throughout its active development, Modo was utilized in various high-profile projects across film, television, and video games. Notably, it was used in production of films such as Stealth in 2005, and Bully in 2006, and Wall-E in 2008. In the gaming industry, Modo contributed to the development of titles such as God of War Chains of Olympus, World in Conflict, Tiberian Wars, and Rage.
Damn.
Its robust modeling and rendering capabilities made it a valuable tool for artists and studios all around the world. In fact, at the time, it was the best modeling tools ever. It was intuitive, fast, and simply incredible. Following the discontinuation announcement, the Foundry actually offered existing users a 10-year extended license to continue using Modo, although no further updates or official support would be provided beyond their current contract terms. But generally, it was an amazing software, and I'm sure its community will still use it, because it is actually that good. Ray Dream Studio is another forgotten 3D software, which is developed in the early 90s for the Macintosh platform.
Fun fact, Exercise Soft Image was used by Valve in Half-Life 2's development. Right, I thought they used 3ds Max. Oh. Because I remember using 3ds Max, mainly just for a plugin that existed. Yeah. There was a plugin that existed in 3ds Max that was... Because when I first started doing modding stuff for Half-Life and Valve, for, Half-Life 2 and Valve and stuff, and Portal and stuff, we were using Maya, a totally legit copy of Maya, and I actually really liked using Maya. Maya was actually quite a nice interface for beginners. But it had no support for exporting the files that the source engine uses. There was a plugin, but we tried the plugin and it didn't work. So we downloaded 3ds Max to get a plugin for that to work, because I thought at the time that I had looked it up and that 3ds Max is what Valve used. But you were saying Valve... Wait, I'm just gonna have a look. Valve used XSI. And making Half-Life 2. Right, yeah, no, there's literally videos of Valve talking about how they use XSI. So yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's why I was more likely to believe you saying it than past me. I'll just see if they also use 3ds Max. 3ds Max. They use both. Okay, they did use both. Oh, they used 3ds Max for Half-Life 1. Huh. You have a nostalgia for XSI mod tool? Right. Huh. Interesting. So, yeah, so they used 3ds Max for Half-Life 1, and they used XSI for Half-Life 2. Interesting. I've never used XSI, but anyway, as I was saying, we downloaded 3ds Max to get the plugin to export to Valve games, but the plugin, when we tried to do it through 3ds Max as well, we struggled either it got like halfway through, or it didn't. Something still wasn't working. We ended up finding this obscure model viewer software. It wasn't even a modeling software, but like a model viewing software, called Milkshake or something like that. Milkshake model viewer. Milkshape 3D. Maya for Half-Life 3 and Half-Life Alyx. It's possible. It's very possible. Yeah, on the Valve developer community, you can find a link or a page on Milkshape 3D, a shareware low polygon 3D modeling program created by some guy. It was heavily used by aspiring modelers, animators when creating models for Half-Life and Half-Life 2, etc. So actually you can model with it, as it turns out. But what we ended up doing, what we found is that Milkshape was basically the only program that was able to export models that worked in the source engine. Yeah, it was because it could export QC files. It could export, it could export all the files required to just get it working in the source engine. So, because you need to export to SMD, and then use an SMD with a QC file, pump that into the studio MDL.exe in the source bin folders, to create your I'm assuming, I think it was an MDL file. So you export to SMD, create a QC file, which is just like a text file, to go alongside it, pump those two into the Studio MDL, would turn it into an MDL file, and then that was readable by the source engine. Every software that we tried prior to Milkshape, something was wrong with the SMD. We could make the QC file because you just write that yourself. It's super basic. But there was always something wrong with the SMD, and whenever you'd feed it into Studio MDL, it either wouldn't work, or when you try and run it in game, it just wouldn't show up. It wasn't until we got Milkshape that when we would export the SMD, pump it through Studio MDL, and then load it into the game, it totally worked. And so we would make the models in Maya, export them as an OBJ, so that we could insert them into Milkshape, or I think it was an OBJ, and then Milkshape we would export them as SMDs. So yeah, import them as an OBJ into Milkshape, then re-export them as SMDs to then use in this case Portal 2. Man, I remember that time. That was such a mission. But we never ended up releasing the things that we were working on in that era. That's all good, Seth. Oh god, my eyes. I did something and I caused an eyelash, I think, to stab me in the eye. Anyway, let's keep going.
It gained popularity for its user-friendly interface, in addition to being affordable, making 3D designs accessible for hobbyists and professionals alike. The software featured a range of tools for modeling, animation, and rendering, including physics simulations, inverse kinematics, and 3D painting capabilities. Throughout its active years, Ray Studio was utilized in various creative projects, particularly in the realm of digital art and multimedia, but eventually over time it was forgotten and very few even know its name. We can also talk about True Space, which was a 3D modeling and animation software developed by Caligari Corporation in 1985. Initially it was released for the Amiga platform, and it later became available for Windows. It was known for its user-friendly interface and some innovative features, and over time it gained a dedicated user base among hobbyists and professionals as well. In early 2008, Microsoft acquired Caligari Corporation with the intention of integrating True Space's technology into its Virtual Earth project. Following the acquisition, Microsoft made TrueSpace 7.6, which was available to download for free. However, in 2009, Microsoft announced the discontinuation of TrueSpace, which was unfortunate.
What was the modeling software that I used for the first time? I'm never gonna find it. There was this old 3D modeling software I used years and years ago that had a tutorial. Its tutorial was making this weird plant thing that had an egg. It wasn't an eggplant, but it was basically an eggplant, but like at the stage where it's still looks like an egg. Hence the reason why eggplants are called eggplants. God, this would have been like 2004, 2005 that I'm thinking of. I don't think I don't believe it was Blender, and it was this weird plant that it had like 3 plant feet, a stem that would curve up and go around, and then have like leaves around an orb sort of shape, an oval shaped egg. And it was a tutorial from using this particular 3D modeling software. And I wanted to use it to make models for a game at the time, but I had no knowledge of game development at the time, so I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was just making models. God, what software would that have been? God, that would have been a long time ago. And there's just no way. Yeah, what the hell program would that have been? God, if I ever saw what this program was again, I'd be amazed if I ever found that again. Because once again, this is back in like the old internet. Back when like you'd find obscure websites that have obscure information about stuff. Yeah, there was just this site that had this. I was looking up 3D modeling stuff, and I wanted something that was free, and I managed to find this like one 3D modeling software that was free to use, and it had a tutorial of an eggplant.
Another interesting software is Animation
It was like the only
Master,
tutorial it
developed
had.
by Hash Incorporated. The software has been in continuous development since its inception in the late 1980s. And contrary to some misconceptions, the software has not been discontinued and remains actively supported. The latest version 19.5 was released in December 2024, and it is available to purchase through their official website. The software provides a comprehensive suite of tools for modeling, rigging, animation, and texturing, in addition to other stuff, making it a complete package for 3D animation. And while it may not be as prominent as other software in mainstream animation industry, the software still maintains a dedicated user base. That's why it still exists. We can also mention Amapi 3D, which was developed in 1993 and later acquired by Template Graphics Software in 1997. It was known for its unique interface and powerful modeling capabilities, combining polygonal and NURBS modeling techniques. It was actually used in various fields, including industrial design, architecture, in addition to film and video games. Over the years, it has changed ownership multiple times. In 2006, it was sold to a company called Frontier, which closed its French offices and dissolved the Amapi team in 2007. And in 2008, it was acquired by a company called Smith Micro, but it did not continue its development, leading to its discontinuation. And there you have it, guys. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up.
I really want to research, look into what software.
Thank you very much.
Some of the game developers I love from my past, what they used. See if I can't replicate the style. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm passionate about this kind of thing. Oh dear, the sun has risen. Oh no. I'm sorry, I keep people up. Again, I have to wake up at 7 o'clock sort of thing, or like 7, I wake up at about 7:40 to stream at 8 o'clock in the morning, which is very much not my normal kind of, well, it wouldn't be my normal wake up time if it was by choice. I just, I do now, though. I have a job. And so half the time I have to be at work by about 8 o'clock. I actually tend to get to work at about 7 o'clock, or 7:30. And so I actually got up this morning after I would normally already be at work during the weekdays, to be fair. But I'm not a morning person, so it's so hard for me to wake up. Yeah, maybe I should wake up at the same time on the weekend as I do on the weekdays and stream earlier, because I could probably do that. On the weekdays I wake up at 6:50 a.m. to leave and get to work. Actually, I said 7:30. I get to work more like at 7:40. Because I tend to leave at about 7. I get up at 6:50, leave at 7:20, and get to work at about 7:40. And then we're not usually due to do anything at school until about 8:20. But I like to just get there, get to my classroom, unpack my stuff, and then I usually work a little bit before, like, meetings and stuff in the morning. Because I hate being in a rush. I hate having to rush from place to place. So I usually like to get to places early so I can just chill, just relax, go about my business. And be early. I'd rather be early than late. Yeah. Anyway, what's this? Interesting. What would the Half-Life 3 soundtrack sound like? Oh, right.
Regardless of whether you believe in the Half-Life 3 rumors or not, I think we can all agree that it's dumb fun to speculate what a future installment would be like in the series, especially after that bombshell of an ending in Half-Life Alyx, which recontextualizes everything. But I'm not going to be focusing on what gameplay or enemies the game would have, because I feel that those elements can vary way too much depending on what Valve might want. Those
Wait. What is Gausku? What the fuck?
Focusing on what gameplay or enemies the game would have, because I feel that those elements can vary way too much depending on what Valve might want to do in Half-Life 3.
Yeah.
So we need to base it off information that we know is concrete if we want to make an accurate prediction. And I prefer sticking to something that I'm personally good at. I thought that it might be a cool idea to make a small mock soundtrack that I think the Half-Life 3 soundtrack would sound like, given the trends that have been seen throughout the music of the series. One of these pieces of information that we do know is that Mike Moraski will most likely be the main musician for Half-Life 3, given the fact that Kelly Bailey had left the company to form his own video game development studio, and Mike Moraski has also made the music for the previous installment in the series, Half-Life Alyx. There's also this clip.
And so I took those and pushed them just a little further, but used those in both the Half-Life games, game
If the name is unfamiliar, this guy is also the guy who made the soundtracks for the following games. Mike's music differed in Half-Life Alyx in a lot of ways compared to Kelly Bailey's music, not only stylistically, but also in the amount of time probably spent on each track, due to the sheer volume of tracks that needed to be created for the game, 72, almost doubling the amount of tracks compared to Half-Life 2's official soundtrack, which was only 43. Although Mike did consult Kelly for advice on making the music for the game, I kept all this in mind when creating the custom tracks for...
The banana is brighter than the sun. I wonder if it's a coincidence the dog has the physical appearance of a gorilla. Yeah, the talks about Zen gorilla, I'm not convinced that it's going to be a legitimate gorilla, first of all. It's going to be some sort of Zenian thing that's in some way reminiscent of a gorilla. But no, that has also played in the back of my mind. They've shown stuff about dog in more recent times. And you get the feeling that they've like redesigned or like recreated dog in the Source 2 engine with some purpose in mind for the next Half-Life game. Dog is going to be important somehow in the next game. It feels like it. And the fact that there is a Zen gorilla and that dog kind of is gorilla-esque does make you wonder. It's one of those, like, is it a coincidence or is there a link there? We won't know until the next game. Well, until the next game and or the cut content is revealed, because it might end up being cut content.
The mock soundtrack. The first custom track I made was called
Destroy It, whatever the cost.
Right before the ending scene of Half-Life 2 Episode 2, the Borealis was introduced as a MacGuffin that Half-Life 3 would focus around. It would be safe to assume that a future Half-Life installment would focus around it as a major plot point. That's why I made a track for finding the Borealis. Since it's a destination, we know that we will eventually get there, we just don't know how. In their own words,
I think so.
Valve tends to use music sparingly in Half-Life, such as important moments like
because we're no longer hunting down, it's no longer that Eli died and we're hunting down the Borealis. It's shifted now. Eli survived. Eli, us, and like maybe not Eli, but theoretically, Eli, Gordon, and Dog are going to be going, like, trying to find what the hell happened to Alex. So, whereas previously Dog might have come along because Alex was coming along with us, now Dog doesn't have Alex. He might become our companion in the game. The game might prominently feature Dog as a companion who fights alongside us in an effort to locate where or what has happened, where Alex is or what's happened to Alex.
Pieces.
The Half-Life series has always used music sparingly, often leaving the ambient sounds of the world to provide the audio background. But it is a tool we like to use to highlight moments where the world state has changed in some important way.
Which seeing the Borealis for the first time would count as. Based on the Half-Life 2 documentary made by Valve, Valve's plans for the Borealis was for the ship to be already occupied by the Combine with machinery covering the Borealis when Gordon gets there. So I tried to add those themes into the track. The second track I made was a combat track, of course. Those tend to be the more fan-remembered ones from the soundtracks. I decided to add samples in this track because Kelly Bailey heavily used sample packs in his songs to generate a specific atmosphere. Mike Moraski sometimes emulates this. I chose Methods of Mayhem Industrial Toolkit for this track. I am not exactly sure what combat encounters would happen, but we do know that combat taking place on the Borealis likely will not happen because Valve had found that combat on an icebreaker was claustrophobic and not ideal for gunplay.
There was a bunch of work put into it. We even went on an icebreaker ship to get reference. As soon as we started to put it together, we realized how unbelievably tight the space was, and you could never make any kind of really interesting combat in it, and so it just withered on the vine right there.
I believe that on the way to the Borealis, there will be at the very least some encounter with the Combine, like with synths or something along those lines. There were synths that I tried to replicate from the Half-Life Alyx soundtrack, and even used this weird intro stinger that began in most songs. Although, it's just a sample taken from the Half-Life Alyx soundtrack. Those were all the custom tracks that I made, and obviously there will be much more in the final game, but right now I'm kind of lazy. I don't want to make any more. Those songs already took a lot of effort out of me to research and make. If I had time, I would make a track for the G-Man, because according to the developer commentary towards the end of Half-Life Alyx, there was an audio motif related to the G-Man used in the vault.
And this piece, to accompany the reality-bending bursts caused and swayed by the G-Man's increasing reach. Within the vault, we repeat these motifs to reinforce the Vortigaunt energy mechanic that the player is ultimately able to use as a weapon against the Combine, short circuit to release the prisoner, save Eli, and complete the game.
But that doesn't mean the video's over yet, because I saved this for last, since it's the least unique aspect of this video, but it's still interesting. Numerous songs have been reused in the Half-Life series, but just renamed in the soundtracks. For example, the tracks that get reused tend to be ambient tracks, with the exception of Diabolical Adrenaline Guitar, reused in Half-Life 2's helicopter chase. There are 3 tracks that have appeared in every Half-Life game excluding the episodes. There's this, this, and this.
Classic. When I first heard that in Half-Life Alyx, I was like, what the fuck?
This is also less concrete, but since Gordon's suit model is shown as being severely damaged in Half-Life Alyx, in Half-Life 3, he might get a new suit, and if that happens, of course, Hazardous Environment would play, which is Valve's theme, and plays every time Gordon gets into a new suit, so yeah. I think that would happen, maybe. I also have my own personal theory that this song, Our Resurrected Teleport, would reappear again because it has a similar vibe to those reused tracks that I've mentioned. If you want to listen to the whole track list, it's in the description in this playlist I made, and it includes my custom tracks that are in unlisted videos in the playlist. Just keep in mind, this will not be definitively what the Half-Life 3 soundtrack will sound like. It is what I think it will sound like. And there could be things that I'm wrong about, and so be it. Well, with that being said, I am currently working on a larger video which I made while I made this video, so stay tuned for that. Besides that, if you have enjoyed the video, like, share, and subscribe to help out the channel and the algorithm. If you want to support me more directly, my Patreon link is in my channel bio. See you.
Yeah, interesting, and I will have a listen to some of those tracks, but that's what's interesting. Yeah, the fact that they're renamed is really interesting to me as well. I've noticed that as well because when I first started talking with people about Half-Life 2, and Half-Life 2, when talking about music of the Half-Life games, people have referenced names of tracks that I'm like, what's that? And then they play it, or they point out where it is in the game or whatever, and I'm like, but that's not the name of the track. The name of the track is insert Half-Life 1 name of the track. And I'm like, I know it as Diabolical Guitars or whatever. Diabolical Adrenaline Guitars. And yeah, I don't know what the logic is for that. Why they've renamed it every time. I want to see how they're going to improve the Combine AI. I assume they're going to quite a bit. Because I'm assuming the next game's big step is going to be some huge advancement in AI. And we're talking NPC AI, not AI, as a modern usage of the term. Yeah. My theory is that Eli's going to use the Borealis to his advantage, unless they use portals to expand the interior of the ship. I think, personally, that the big thing, if you are allowed to go onto the Borealis in some future game, whether it's the one coming up or a future one further on, I think what's going to happen is something similar to what happens with the apartments in Half-Life Alyx. It's going to cease to be just a tanker ship. Given the, Epistle 3, context, where it's, the reason the ship is sought after is that it has become some kind of, fourth-dimensional object, where the, ship exists in multiple spaces at the same time, and in multiple times at the same time. A bit like Vortigern's sight. And the Combine want to trying to utilize it somehow, trying to... Well, it looks kind of like they're trying to contain it. I feel like the vault in Half-Life Alyx was almost like a baby step, or like an introduction to the concept of extra-dimensional objects. I feel like we have a whole discussion on what could be done to create Combine AI. Oh yeah, there's all sorts you could do with that. But also, I hope they add more interesting creatures and monsters. Things like different kinds of Combine that we haven't already seen, or different kinds of Zen creatures that we haven't necessarily seen. Because maybe they've evolved, or they've adapted, or they come from different parts of... They either come from different parts of Zen, or they've evolved or adapted somehow or been modified somehow for a new environment, like the Arctic, for instance. But, yeah, I'm convinced that the vault was basically, dipping the toe into a visualization of something beyond our own understanding. Because, the original games... The original Half-Life 1 had you in a facility with cool, crazy weapons, fighting monsters from an alien realm. An alien dimension. And you literally go to the dimension, and it's, it's a standard 3D space, where the aliens do alien things, and you save the day by supposedly closing the portal, or, dealing with the big bad, the Nilanth. What if you could knock over Combine? I mean, that'd be cool. Yeah, semi-ragdoll without death. Because that was a big thing in Half-Life 2's in the standard Source engine, is that if you ragdolled something, that was it. It had to die. You couldn't ragdoll something while it was still alive. So that could be interesting. Go Grand Theft Auto 4 route and have ragdolling built into the physics of things, of people. So you could also be knocked and fall over and ragdoll. Especially when equipped with the long jump module. Oh, it's something like Helldivers, where you jump jet, and then you're like, blah, you like hit the ground a little too fast or a little too hard, and you fucking face plant into the ground. Could be funny. But yeah, no, I'm convinced that yeah, so Half-Life 2 had the teleporter, which malfunctioned, and so we got to see like a glimpse at being warped back and forth between different places, you know? We warp to the place that we want to go, but then we warp back, and then we warp to someone else and we warp back, and we do this like awkward thing where we kind of keep warping, we keep moving back and forth between different parts of reality, like but different places in time, you know. It's all the same time, but it's all these different places. We keep warping back and forth between different places. But then we don't see a whole, we have the portal storms, but we don't see a whole lot more of that kind of like weirdness, science weirdness in the Half-Life series until Half-Life Alyx, where suddenly, yeah, we go from pretty normal, you know, in the world with aliens, dealing with very physical problems. But then the Vault is this like ever-present thing powered by Vortigaunt energy, and we've seen in the past Vortigaunt's, yeah, G-Man's able to take you out of time, and the Vortigaunts are able to like intercept him and save you from his like extra-dimensional prison. But then, like, yeah, and then in Half-Life Alyx, we get to see, like, an example of that, where it's, like, you literally go into an extra-dimensional vault, where, like, the space is, like, warped. Reality doesn't make sense anymore. Like, things aren't... There's things are reflected, things are stretched, like, there's, like, ghosts, because you can see the history of people that used to live in the apartments before it got just, like, ejected into the sky. I think the Borealis is going to be something like that. If we're allowed to enter it at all, it's going to be the Vault, but like more. It's going to be like mind bending, and it's going to, yeah, it's going to, as I kind of talked about already, it's going to like exist in multiple places at the same time. It's going to be, you're going to see echoes of the past, echoes of the future. You're going to be seeing like spaces that you've been to before and spaces you've never seen before. And things are going to phase in and out of reality. So you might be fighting Combine who are sometimes there, but then they cease to be there. Maybe, like, if you perceive them, they disappear. And so you have to kill them without looking at them, because just by observing them, you change reality around yourself. They could do all sorts of cool, crazy, weird shit with it. And I think that they're going to. I think that the Vault was like a test for weird gameplay that you could potentially get away with for a future project. Imagine a G-Man sequence where you could that could happen anytime during the playthrough. I mean, yeah, like you could have the G-Man could theoretically interrupt you, like in multiple sections of the story, and you might even be able to see echoes of that later in the game in the Borealis. You could see, like, potentially in some ways, quote unquote, how G-Man is able to move around, because yeah, we've all known that G-Man is some kind of extra dimensional being. But if we're on an extra dimensional object that's moving extra dimensionally, then maybe suddenly G-Man won't look so strange moving around, because he's the same. You know, he's capable of the same, at least. It would be his message to Freeman, telling him to turn back before he makes things worse. Yeah, I mean, maybe. That's the thing, is I'm curious how what the relationship between Gordon and the G-Man will be now that Alex has altered the future. That really threw a wrench in things, because, like, that really threw the wrench. Wait, no, it's crowbar. Never mind. Shit, I mixed up tools. Yeah, the. Oh, what the? He's removed half the music. There's only these two now. Whatever. Yeah, I think they could go crazy with the Borealis, and the crazier, the cooler. I think will be the case, within reason, of course. But you could have really interesting combat scenarios where, like, in one room, yeah, you got the, like, is it the Heisenberg? What's the principle? Observing. Oops. It changes it. What's that called? It's got a name, doesn't it? Heisenberg uncertainty principle, isn't it? Oh no, the uncertainty principle is like you can know where something is or how fast it's going, but not both. Yeah, there's the observer effect or the uncertainty principle. Here it is. Is it Heisenberg? Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, yeah. States that there's a limit to the precision at which certain pairs of physical properties, such as position and momentum, can be simultaneously known. Yeah. You could have rooms that warp reality based on principles like the observer principle or Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You could have weird physics going on based on, like, where you are in the ship. And, like, sections of the ship could be impossibly huge or unfathomably small because reality is warping around you. I reckon that would be the way you solve the problem of a boat being kind of cramped and boring, is make it, because it's supposed to be this extra dimensional object. Obviously, strategists use their legs to try and impale the player. I was going to say that I believe that's actually already a thing in there. I don't know that they ever do it. I think isn't it bugged that they never do it? They never do it in normal gameplay. I think they can accidentally do it, if I recall correctly. I feel like I've seen it, but I don't know if it's possible in normal gameplay. Anyway, let's listen to this. So, Half-Life 3 fan-made unofficial soundtrack, destroy it, whatever the cost. Let's have a listen. I think in my head, if this was the song that was, this was the track that was going to play when you discover the Borealis, I was going to say, I think I'd want it to have more grandiosity to it. I do like the erratic nature of it, but I like the Aperture Science-y kind of synth sounds coming through, because lest we forget, this was an Aperture Science boat. A gravity gun powered by the vortessence. Yeah, see, shit like that, it would be super cool. I want more crazy weapons and devices that you can use. That's something I really missed from Half-Life 1. I liked, maybe a controversial opinion, I liked the vortessence throwing that you get at the end of Half-Life Alyx, where you suddenly get the power of you get the ability to manipulate the vortessence orbs that are in the vault, and you can, like, literally throw them like lightning at your enemies.
That was super cool. Made you feel like a friggin' superhero. Yeah, actually, I think what I'd want out of this track, if this is gonna play the first time you see the Borealis in person, I think I'd want it to be more, I'd want it to almost be like Portal Storms, like in style or in impact. I'm actually reminded of the, 1 second. I'm reminded of this track from Doom. I'd want it to sound something like this. Like, in the sense that it sounds like something that is, it's got, there's a lot of like nuances to this song, to this track, to do with the fact that you're going towards a very intense weapon, but also the music reflects like the technological elements of the device, and the idea that it's echoing. So like the BFG is supposed to be just a huge fuck off laser weapon basically, and I believe the intention of this track was that Mick wanted it to sound. I think I might be mistaken about this. I might be pulling this out of my ass, but I feel like I remember reading or hearing that the intention of the track was to imply or give the feeling of like something being reflected back to itself, like this. Yeah, let's just play it. Let's just play it. So. It's like waves bouncing off of the inside of the chamber as it like powers up, but like in music form. I've been listening to a lot of heavy music. Things like this, the only thing they fear is you, and Roller Mobs too. But yeah, for the Borealis, I would want the music to reflect the fact that it's in flux. That the Borealis is like an unstable object, and you'd want those aperture science motifs in there as well. Yeah. But just like that whole intro section. I fucking love this song so much. Yeah, there's lots of like repeated bits where it's just lots of like reflections and echoes, I guess. Like that, this whole like, and then at the start, it's like it's the reflections, it's the echoes of the lasers building up the weapon. Yeah, I'd want something kind of evocative in the same way for the Borealis. I'd want something I want the music to sound unstable, but also grandiose, like it's this crazy anomalous thing, and you'd also want those aperture science motifs, like the insanity of aperture science, like I'd want some like oh god, it's not gonna come up easily. I'd want some of this in there. You gotta have some stuff like this in there, where you've got that like the aperture science insanity going on in the back of the track. Like, this song is almost kind of perfect in many ways. With the like, like that stuff going on, stuff like this. Take out some of the tracks, the parts that sound like the speed gel. Add some more grandiosity, some like strings or fucking stuff that makes a song sound like awesome in the original sense of the word awe. And you've got your Borealis song, in my opinion. Yeah. But yes, the title of the song, Destroy It Whatever the Cost, is a straight up reference to the line that Eli says in episode 2. Yeah, I've definitely seen or experienced. I've either seen someone being stabbed by a strider or experienced it myself at some point. But like, it's not a common thing. I've also experienced striders walking on me and hurting me, but not impaling me. So I don't know. I don't remember how that works. Anyway, what is this again? Ambuscated.
Zach, I see you there. You gotta play for 12 hours straight, eh? Crowbar swings it. Does that change direction? Yeah. Yeah. No, this has an interesting combination feeling of being very Half-Life 2 in style, like later era Half-Life 2 or later era Half-Life, but also it feels like a song that we'd be playing when you're on the move somewhere. So like one of those songs that we're playing on like Highway 17 or canals. Like it's got that, but like it doesn't have the thematically but like it's got that sort of like feeling like you should be on the move. This could work almost in like you're in Zen and you're on the move for some reason. Like the Gonach chase in Black Mesa. You could almost imagine running from what the hell are they called? A gargantua. You could be running from a garg to music like that. Running through like the Black Mesa facility from a gargantua. Yeah. Anyway. I get so distracted. I get so sidetracked. We're pretty close to the top, as long as no one's posted more since. Yep. More have been posted. I will have to get to those probably another time, because I don't think we're going to get there. Hello, I completely forgot the subreddit existed. Hello. Well, let's have a look. Let's see what... It is I, the owner of this post. I have 2 accounts. Ah, it was Chris. I see. Anyway. Bed Wars. Animation versus Minecraft Shorts. Episode... It's a bit long. It's a bit long. Doesn't seem to be a timestamp.
Animation versus.
But they're 2D beings interacting with a 3D world. Skinny Minecraft? Yeah. Like, what the heck? He just swings wildly at him. No. You play Ben Was too much? Yeah. You can say how, yeah, again, how they freaking interact with the 3D world as 2D beings. I thought they crafted fire charges. Say they can still easily overwhelm him. They're cheating. They're cheating. See, what is this? He's totally cheating. Hacks! Anyway, we won't watch the rest. We'll leave the rest for if you want to check it out yourself. Yeah, come check out Alan Becker. They have 30 million subs. You should know who they are and where to go. Yeah. Jada! We've been playing Bed Wars Endless at the great age of 9. Right. It's not good at all. Oh right, endlessly. Yeah. Bed Wars Endlessly. I think I've played Bed Wars maybe once in my entire life. The Stick Gang is cheating, and you'll see why the green team of players are mad later. Oh, okay. So there was quite a bit more to the story. Okay, well I'll open it up and I'll watch it later. But yeah, I won't watch the whole thing here because I don't want to just you should check it out at their channel at Alan Becker's channel. This is Minecraft, best watched on an ultra wide monitor. Song may be copyrighted when watched on stream. I would advise muting your browser audio before opening this in a new tab. Well, thankfully, when I middle click, they don't auto start. So, yeah, I can just mute it. In 2009, Minecraft was created. They're implying that it's on a globe. This is Minecraft. Oh, I didn't see what the subtext said. Oh, I've seen a mod for Minecraft. There's a Minecraft mod I saw that looked crazy. It was just such high resolution. It looked real until you look closely. And then I realized it's Minecraft. Literally a black hole made in Minecraft. Pandora. Yeah. Yeah, some of the stuff you can do in Minecraft is wild these days. Yeah. Yeah. I might rewatch that with the sound later. Um. Cheater alert, cheater! I love cheating. So the Earth's supposed to be flat. Now. Speaking of the autoplay thing, I just managed to figure out how to stop it from automatically playing on my browser. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know what setting I set to make it do that, or what I didn't set, I suppose. Oh, yep. But yeah, it doesn't automatically play for me, thankfully. I was gonna say we've got your three Tetris Effect, I think it's Tetris Effect videos, and then we've got whatever this is. And I think that was the top of the Reddit before. Since then, we've got funny VTuber clips, Alien on... Oh, this is the Alien on Mars thing you were talking about. Huh. I think it's a coincidence. I think it's a coincidence of a shape. Or someone's edited the image to show it. Boy howdy. I kind of want to see that. Okay, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Okay. We got this one. Oh, I gotta turn the audio on now. So this was completing Connected Area 2 for the very first time. I was gonna say, there isn't a... No message, no timestamp. Okay, cool. Shadow Wizard Money Gang member. Is the redeem that's working? It didn't work. I might not have it on. 1 second. Even though I never turn it off, it sometimes seems to turn off by itself. Yeah, I think the alert bot, or no, not the alert bot, cloud bot. Cloud bot turns itself off after a while. But I've just turned it on, so it should work now. I was playing a game semi-recently that had Tetris as like a bonus game inside it, and so I was playing. I had recent history of Tetris. But I'm bad at it. I'm not good at Tetris. No. Sorry, mostly just looking at you, the player side. I was gonna say, this game is too mesmerizing for my brain right now. The music and the music and shit is making me it's reminiscent to the face on Mars. Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's an illusion. Looks like a person, but it's really just like, yeah, a coincidental. A coincidental shape discovered. Oh no. Oh, that's upsetting. Oh, thank God. Thank God for all these extra modes where the rules change. Nice. By the way, the Thibahow Rowl is, by the way, not really worth watching less than 10 minutes of because you'll understand less than none of it. Okay. Maybe I'll save that for an after stream watch as well. What am I thinking this? Yeah, I thought that was the case. Yeah, you're the mouse and keyboard player. I broke the cloud bot. Yeah. I mean, Christian has won a Tetris game once under ridiculous game rules, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, that's the thing is, I'm terrible at Tetris. It would seem, but mainly just because I don't really play it that often. But yeah, the Tetris effect in the game is just so mesmerizing that I end up
certain players realize like they cannot beat the boss
glassing over
with the zone that they're gonna do, or they realize that it might take a while before they can get back to a zone attack. So one player will intentionally top out at the start, even oh no. Okay, really bad timing there on what I meant by topping out. That is not what I meant. But yeah, you will end up seeing revive chaining, death cycling. There are different names for it, but basically one player will top out, and while the other players are still, you know, trying to charge meter and playing through, they can have maybe some other player come back later and rely on that so that they don't immediately lose. Thanks for anytime, Garbaggy. I will happily jinx each and every game I am commentating.
Well,
Oh, so wait, this guy was commenting on this guy's game, and this guy was the one who topped out. He was the one versing who topped out right as he mentioned.
Certain players realize like they cannot beat the boss with the zone that they're gonna do. Or they realize that it might take a while before they can get back to a zone attack. So one player will intentionally top out at the start, even oh no. Okay, really bad timing there on what I meant by topping out.
Holy shit. Dear. Oh, Nathan, you were in that video. you were one of the players. Nathan was one of the players playing against them. Nice. Yeah. I only caught that just at the end there. 637 point difference with 20G top out.
There's a speed kick. Yeah. They almost got the L in there though.
But yeah, survivability is kind of the name of the game here. Nice down stack, because it is line outable here. Yeah.
Oh.
Huge down stack.
They can get this into a. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
If they were able to get that
really
into a Tetris, that would have been it. But
no pressure.
Yeah. Okay, they're seeing it. Oh, we're almost there. One line. One line.
No. Oh.
No.
No. No. Or
Holy shit. You won by 637 points.
Or yes, if you're Nathan, but that was close. That's as close as it gets.
Wait.
No. Or yes, if you're Nathan, but that was close. That's as close as it gets.
Yeah,
that is a really close score here. Yeah.
Literally one line
GG's
difference.
to both players.
Same level.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah, almost same line count.
The fact that the score, the end score is 600, in your case, 622,267, and there's 621,630. You guys were so evenly matched. You won, or he lost by the thinnest of margins. Damn. Nice. Alright, so you were saying there's not really much point. You don't have to watch the entire video, but I couldn't find a good place to cut it. And there's no, timestamp. I'll watch the tiniest bit of it, just to see if I understand it at all. This is by Agma Schwa.
Ahem. Hello, everybody. Welcome to
Yeah.
Do you remember French? I know, weird question, right? As we all know, French was that obscure language spoken hundreds of years ago. Nobody speaks it anymore. Not many people talk about it these days, and for good reason, right? That's why today we're going to be discussing a much more important language that I'm sure you are all well aware of. That, of course, being the beautiful tongue that descended from the heathenry that was French. For example, we have the French word j'adore, which of course means I adore, I love.
J'adore.
Right?
J'adore.
With its modern equivalent, j'adore. So you could see the similarities pretty easily right there. Now, how about a name? This is a very common name in France long ago. Pronounced something along the lines of Dominique.
Likes to ramble, so his videos are a bit unnecessarily long, right? Fair enough. As a man who rambles, I can relate. Also, hey, Autistic Review. Back in 2025, yeah. Back for your 2025 review. Yeah, welcome. Dominique.
I'm not an expert on
Dominique.
the way French was once spoken, so forgive my mispronunciations. Of course, Dominique becomes the modern equivalent, Dominique. Then, of course, we have a phrase. This is a very common phrase in French long ago.
Fromage.
To make everything into
Fromage.
cheese. Of course, that becomes the modern fond du fond, which means to make a big fuss out of something. And thus, I introduce you to c'est bon rôle, or as we typically call it in English, ultra French.
Oh, wait, yes. I was gonna say, I've seen this guy before talking about something linguistically related. Yes, ultra French.
Tongue, c'est bon rôle. I mean, c'est bon.
C'est bon.
C'est bon rôle.
Oh.
The consonants are, of course, b, d, n, f, v, n, s, z, th, v, sh, j, h, h, r, y, y, Very simple stuff. Oh, except that's not all. Because we also have the colored fricatives, such as and of course in the orthography, that all ends up being written as such. So you'll be seeing a lot of apostrophes, a lot of double R's, a lot of apostrophe H's, etc. And a lot of acutes on top of consonants. As you can see down at the bottom, if it has an acute symbol going over and it's also a fricative, that means that it is one of the colored fricatives. The vowels look like this. E, N, U, U, E, N, O, O.
I'm lost already.
Simple, right? Except that's not all of them. Because not only do we have nasalized vowels.
We've seen something very similar to this before. It's not specifically this video, I don't think. But we were watching a video about, like, nasal... There was a video about, is it, wait. Yeah, nasal vowels? There was like, or nasal, there was something to do with that, and he mentioned Super French. Say a good cutoff point is the submissions of the readings. That was very funny, right? Submissions of the readings. I wouldn't know where that was.
But we also have nasal vowels. You see the ones with two tildes going over them? Those ones are nasal. They are released nearly entirely by the nose. Not nasalized, but nasal. So, in this case, we have a three-way distinction in several of the vowels. E, and... Don't forget, that's also not it. That's also not all. Because you also have the devoiced vowels. Now, Ultra French isn't an extremely popular language on the world stage, but amongst the linguistics community, it's fairly well known. So, I asked members of the Agmashwa Discord server to submit audio of them reciting this simple Ultra French sentence.
Oh, here we go.
And the results were, interesting.
Húfkájú, chátó, oskáí, osztfájú, nyilokná, adobáslu, a halsú, dodeslu, szatihéru, szövéhű, győzké, szélde, szjójám, ökúvá, gyöcsúja, vagyó, szólósú, szőhábusú.
So, this sentence obviously just translates to, we can, you see, detect rays and beams of energy floating between speakers of the Ultra French language if we use certain systems of measurement long forbidden. We still don't understand, however, the composition of these emissions. I don't know if that's actually true. Anyway, obviously, even our linguistically minded crowd seems to have a hard time understanding the intricacies of this well-known language, thus necessitating the need for this presentation on some of the easy basics of the Ultra French language. Moving on, the orthography, as you...
Yeah, I was busy looking at the background and stuff. But yeah, anyway, let's move on from here. But yeah, very funny, very upsetting, and I cannot visualize a language ever going down that category that far. Also a channel member of this guy, which should give me Discord perks. Ah! But also, I'm banned from the server. Okay. So, huh. Interesting. Interesting combination. Pure dedication. Half-Life 3 win. Playing Half-Life... Oh, this is that video. This is that thing that Zach was talking about. Yeah, the playing every Half-Life thing until Half-Life 3 comes out. How long have they been doing it? Oh, wait, it shows the day. Day 300. So they've been doing it for about a year now. because they're on day 339. Day, 2 day, 3 day, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, that's 5. Oh, it must be 6. 5, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 4, and then it goes to 2 weeks, and you can't tell. Yeah, shit. That is some dedication. Holy crap. To be fair, they're quite short videos, so it's doable. But, fucking hell. Yeah, pure dedication. Funny VTuber clips. Oh, pause it.
B-boy! Yeah, but not lying on the sofa.
My cute wife, Toa, can't wait to get your figure. No, I'm not your wife.
What you doing down there, gamer? Whoa. I look like a fish. My God, Leute! My Mama hat mir einfach das ist coole Trinkendarf. Why cool ist das bitte? That song is Fortnite und Drink Cola. Yippee!
I was gonna say, I've heard the original text of that being said by the small German child. This is clearly them trying to recite it based on what someone has sent them. Very funny. Yeah, a very excited German child drinking Coke and playing Fortnite.
With the hamburger. Dude, I like this. Hello? Hello? Hello?
So, how's the weather been?
It's been perfect turkey season.
Huh. Chat, guess what's in my microwave?
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I will say, there's a VTuber, maybe this VTuber, who has hilarious, like, ragdoll physics and stuff for their VTube model, so they can do crazy shit with their VTube model. Very funny. The resident French speaker of the channel's fandom says it actively gives him psychic damage, but you can see where everything comes from. Right, yeah. That's brilliant. It's been 1 million years to come back just for this. Yeah. Now you see why I enjoy them a lot. Yeah. There's just this one VTuber I know, it might be Fillion, who's able to like move their, like grab their legs and move them and like ragdoll.
Most on the board. Fauna. Highest correct chain. Fauna. Highest strike chain. Wait, is that bad? Fauna. Fastest thinker. Fauna. Slowest thinker. Fauna. How come my average thinking time is different? Best answer. Fauna. Did I say church? Scored most points, Fauna. Most top answers, Fauna.
Ronald, are you ready to read some boyfriend applications?
Absolutely. Let us see who is applying for my boss's love and affection.
The only pickup line I know is "Are you sitting on the F5 key?" because that is refreshing. Nice.
ティンカルさん、おいらさん。あれさ、ティンクルティンクルじゃん。おお。ティンコティンコってチンコチンコって。やめろ。やめろ。リトルスターじゃねえと思った。リトルやなっつって。リトルスターが隠語になるやろが。やめろ。
Pikachu, I choose you. Whoa.
Wasn't that was fun to stop being porno persona? So everyone saw it hit hard. Oh.
Pika, Pika, Pika.
You did good, Pikachu. You did really good.
Pikachu.
No, don't feel down. Don't feel down, Norm. I have a joke ready for you, okay? Why did my gym close down? Because it just didn't work out. I hope you feel better now.
Oh.
Go sleep.
I'm craving my rat.
Oh, this fucking game. We played this on the stream.
Bang, bang, bang. Boo, boo, boom. Boo, 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 boom. Boo, 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 boom. Pew, 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 pew.
Try a little scene for it again. Oh.
Maybe we go to like the Winchester House or something terrifying. Just
What is the Winchester House?
The Winchester House is a terrifying mansion where a woman believed that if she stopped building in it, she would inevitably die because a fortune teller told her that. So it's extremely easy to get lost in, has a bunch of like very strange construction, and makes you feel like you're slowly going mad. I think it's quite interesting.
Okay, so we can go get lost in a haunted mansion in the middle of Rochester? Mom, what do you think about a little ghost exploration night and spooky vibes?
Are there any hot vampires?
Oh my god.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah,
I'm
I
down
think
to find out, Philiana.
I'm not gonna lie, I've always wanted to go ghost exploring, so
It's definitely
if I
Philly
meet
and I'm
Casper
thinking
the
of.
ghost and you meet a future husband, fine. So be it. And then he'll really be a ghostbuster by the end of that. Next up, Silly! Sorry!
What's that noise? Who?
Baboos.
What?
Oh,
Your
you gonna
name is
die.
Oh no, GG, snooze you lose.
That's right. I've seen this clip, yeah.
What was that? Oh, that was GT.
Yeah, that sounded so real.
I'm here. No!
Did the same thing, yeah. Chumbawa.
Kitty!
No.
Oh, what the fuck?
That timing.
Yeah, your dog. Yeah, put him in there. He's had a really big poop. Lily, please, you're moving too much. Stay still, Lily.
I'm sorry.
Whenever.
I'm so sorry.
What did I just say?
Bro, is that? Wait, there's chat. There's okay, we're good. Whew. Gee, I thought we were about to witness the British version of 7-Eleven. Holy
7-Eleven.
So I have a friend, Micah, and the other day we were collabing. So I forced her to strip down and show everybody her armpit toggle for content. And then I called her a whore. And I think I learned that from you.
青が味方
OK です。
だから味方のとこ行こうか。ここパラシュート開かないとあれだよ。
I've just realized you have a win an argument button. If chat is annoying you, just press the zipper toggle and chat will immediately shut up looking.
It's like, chat, please. Oh, sorry, that was a bit much. Behave. Chat, please. Behave.
Wow.
Chat, please. Come on. Behave.
Wow. That was the Big Ben, yeah. I like the lack of movement.
Show her your other holes. Okay. Okay. What kind of what? No. Okay. I'll show you. That's not what I said. I'll show you. Watch. There. See. Look at my stream. There's a big hole right there. I made that with my left butt cheek.
That's pretty strong yacht.
No. Brain rot, Mom. I don't know how to say this. You are not of an age where you can say that. Like, if you say what the Sigma, I will probably snap my neck.
I don't know if that's pretty Phantom Tax of you to say that, Lillian.
Yeah, I can do many things as a pamper.
Yeah, what else can you do?
I can scare you.
Really? Can you scare me right now?
I can jump.
You can jump?
Yeah,
How high?
very high.
I watched this before.
Like,
I
give
said
me
it's
numbers.
Don't be surprised if it's some unnamed shit.
20 meters.
Really?
No.
No.
I have a serious question. Since you have experience, how big? I'm a virgin. How big is big enough? Well, be honest, Mom.
2.
2? 2 what?
Sometimes 3?
2 is enough? I feel like if you
Of
had
them.
2, you... huh?
Wow. Cringing and sweating. Feel the judgment from some people watching the stream.
I thought that was you. Like, keeps fucking me. No, you wish. You wish I would fuck you. However, I will not.
I'll cry so hard.
I feel a bit like... They can't get anything past me.
Using the sword.
Eating Mike Tyson's ass. Oh no! また呼んじゃった。
Oh.
マイク・タイソンのお尻を食べる。No! No eating! Sorry! No!
Yeah. Let's leave it here. Let's not watch the rest. But, I realized how long we've been watching that for. Yeah. I think I could probably, in terms of like more regular watch patterns, I could probably watch Fillion, just because they're quite funny. Their VTuber model is really advanced in like a glitchy, funny, ragdolly Gmod kind of way. But yeah, some of the other stuff, it's a bit much for me. Yeah. But like, I always feel like, whenever there's like a foreign like streamer or YouTuber or whatever being tricked by their fans into saying bad stuff, I always feel so bad. Anyway, we're so close. We're so close to the top. Let's just watch at least these last two.
Boy howdy, boy howdy, boy howdy, boy howdy,
Oh,
boy
that's
howdy,
right.
boy howdy, boy howdy, boy howdy, boy
I didn't
howdy,
know what
boy
this
howdy,
video was gonna
boy
be,
howdy,
but
boy
yeah.
howdy, boy 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 howdy,
He's doing
boy
up
howdy, boy
VTuber
howdy, boy howdy,
stuff.
boy howdy, 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 boy howdy. 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 Boy.
He sure says
boy
a
howdy.
lot.
Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy.
And
Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy.
I don't
Boy
think I've
howdy.
ever said boy howdy ever in my life before.
Boy howdy.
Until just now.
Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Oh, boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Oh, boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Boy howdy.
What the fuck? Yeah, think about the fact that I don't think I literally think I've maybe said boy howdy. Now this might be the third time in my entire life I feel like I might have said it. I cannot think of a time where I've ever said it before today, but I'm sure there's probably at least one. So Nathan, if you mean the like VTuber stuff, so that Fillion, I've seen a few clips of Fillion before, and they do some funny stuff with their VTuber model, like they're getting someone to hit them, and then making their VTuber model fly across the screen and like ragdoll against a non-visible wall and stuff like that. They got some funny, like, kind of slapsticky, but also like, yeah, they're funny. I like Fillion. I haven't watched any proper videos of theirs or streams of theirs, but I do think they can be quite funny to watch. You love the Cathode Ray dude? Yeah. I've seen some of his stuff. I haven't seen a whole lot, but I've seen some of his stuff. Yeah, he does a lot of cool retro stuff that I probably should watch more of because I love retro. So, we've got Jet cycling in Area 5. This is a 14-minute video though, so I think we're probably gonna have to wrap it up before we finish this. Unless there was a timestamp or something. Last minute video that I wanted to post, but it's a trick that some people use in TEC, Tetris Effect, as a last resort in the connected/connected versus mode. Yeah. I'll just, oops, I clicked it by accident. I'm just going to refresh really quick because it wouldn't surprise me if there's at least one more. Oh. Okay. So we'll just set this one to watched. Edit post flare, watched. There we go. Okay. So this is it. This is the last thing. Fillion VTuber model ragdolling is also funny, considering that I also watch it. Oh right. Okay. Yeah. Jump to 9:13. Oh, okay. What the? I liked your video and it still says it has 0 likes. Sick. That's where the death cycling trick begins. Ah. Why not watch that guy? The last video on the Reddit. Oh, you can see I've liked it on this side. Okay, interesting. Oh god, what are these pieces? What is this mess? Oh. Oh. The red is finally back. Jesus. Okay, I don't fully understand what the death cycling thing was. So you've liked the video. I'm also using another trick here. Stalling your piece placement means your board is less likely to get messy. Right, yes. I did notice that. That's something I did notice, is like slowing down and just stopping and not placing a piece for a while. Is it, Tetramidon mostly sends signature blitzes during his phase. Ah, okay. Right, right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I noticed, like, there was, like... It almost looked like there was strategic... From what I could tell. Like, strategic, one player is dying, and then the next player sort of dies right... Well, no, but I thought the next player was going to die right as the first player revived again. But there was two dead for a while there. I can't say I fully understand, but... that final bit there where you beat the boss by just having so many lines in that joint phase. It's got to be some kind of like strategy to like go hard at that section, or like save it so that you can go really hard. Like, don't fill lines beforehand so you can go really hard at that point or something. I don't know, but yeah, very interesting. And so much about Tetris I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that's going to be it. We streamed for 4.5 hours, and now I need to go deal with that problem that I was talking about at the start of the stream. If it still needs dealing with, that is. It might not be, but it might be fine. But we'll see how... I'll wake Mark up and see if he can still smell it. Whatever the case, yeah, fingers crossed. Next weekend is the long weekend. I've got some things I've got to do in the weekend, but fingers crossed, I can stream on at least one of the days. Keep your stack low and down stack. Right. What was I gonna say? One of my messages got deleted for whatever reason. Ah. Um. Yeah. So. Yeah. Fingers crossed. While I've got stuff I gotta do on the weekend, I should still hopefully be able to stream either on the same day next week or a day later next week, because I believe it's King's birthday weekend in New Zealand. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Next weekend should be good for at least one stream. The blitzes the boss sends you mostly mess up your board. Yeah, yeah. So I'm assuming like while he's attacking, while he's in that phase of like sending stuff at you, you want to just go as slow as possible so that he can't send too much. You can only send like one or two things at you before his time is up. Yeah. And I'm assuming as well, having people dead during those phases means that only one player can receive those attacks. And so there's very little the boss can really do during that time. I'm assuming that's kind of the logic. It's like, if only one person is getting attacked for that phase of time, and they can only attack when you drop stuff, then holding it off and just slowly letting it fall down and fill, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah, you like stall its attack as much as possible by moving slowly and having people dead to not get attacked. Yeah. Anyway. That is true, however, that also means you have to survive yourself if you want the other players to revive. Yes. There's like a balance there. It's not a foolproof strategy. It's a trick that if you're very good at the game, then you can pull that off. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I will do my best to stream next weekend. And, yeah, we'll probably, by the looks of it, we'll probably be playing Project Zomboid. So I've got to make sure that Josh knows that we're playing it. And Dominic, hopefully he can join as well. I got a bit of skin on my finger, it's sore. Stream Garlic Phone? No. We're probably going to play Project Zomboid. And I know Josh and Dominic both really want to play that with me at some point, so depending on if it's 2 or 3 player, if we can have all 3 of us on it, or if it's just 2 player, I will sort out. I will sort out the plans for that, figure that out for next weekend. But until then, if you like what you saw, hit that like button. Can we get this stream from its current 8 likes, which is pretty good actually, I'm pretty happy with that, to 100? We shall see. I have, again, as I mentioned earlier, I have thought of doing like a marathon stream, but I'd have to do a lot of like announcements and letting people know and stuff beforehand, so that I don't just stream for, I don't know how many hours with just me and a handful of people. I want people to turn out. If I'm gonna stream for a long time, I want people to hopefully turn out. But yeah, it'll probably be one of those cases where I'll start it on a Saturday, and it will go as long as I need. Yeah. Last time it was 12 hours. The last marathon one I did was 12 hours. I don't know how much further I could go than that. Yeah. I'd have to look to see, because like a Half-Life marathon could be really cool idea, but how long would that take me? I'd have to do some practice, play through those games a bit, just remind myself how long they are and what to do, so that when we're actually streaming the marathon, I'm not getting confused and wait, where did you go with this again? How is this going? How do I do this again? And maybe even try and find some shortcuts and stuff to skip stuff. Yeah, at least one player has to be allowed to win. Tetris's and T-spins speed up the revival process. Yep, okay. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, enough said. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'll catch you next week, hopefully.
whenever that happens, I'll see you next time. Right. Thanks for posting. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you next time. Bye. I don't have my streamer deck active, so I have to press the smelly old buttons. See ya. Bye, guys.